Bought it. Yeah. Bottom at the bottom, now we're here. Bottom at the bottom, then we rode them all up to here. Bottom at the bottom, now we're here. Bottom at the bottom, now the whole team up in here. Bottom at the bottom, now we're here. Bottom at the bottom, then we rode them all up to here. Bottom at the bottom, now we're here. Bottom at the bottom, now the whole team up in here. I was buying alts in the dump. Living at my mama's house, accumulate a monthly. I just bought them all on my phone. Pawned off my laptop to buy more, trust me. They were laughing at me at the lows. Not laughing anymore. I ain't give a damn, I said I ain't selling nothing. Now they always blowing up my phone. Always asking for a loan, always asking me for something. Cause I bought them at the bottom, now we're here. Bought them at the bottom, then we rode them all up to here. Bought them at the bottom, now we're here. Bought them at the bottom, now the whole team up in here. They told us not to max out our accounts. Scam tulip man, you should've sold, yeah, I told you so. Haters, we just let them run their mouth. Now I wear my ledger on a chain, even when I'm in the house. Cause I bought them at the bottom, now we're here. Bought them at the bottom, then we rode them all up to here. Bought them at the bottom, now we're here. Bought them at the bottom, now the whole team up in here. No corners now, we don't feel that. Fuck a fake out where the real pump's at. We don't like to do a lot of selling. Load up on the bag and get the shelling. No corners now, we don't feel that. Fuck a fake out where the real pump's at. We don't like to do a lot of selling.
Oh, hell no.
Bottom at the bottom.
We were motherfucking yelling cause we
Bottom at the bottom, now we're here.
Now we're here, boy.
Bottom at the bottom, now we rode them all up to here. Bottom at the bottom, now we're here.
Yeah.
Bottom at the bottom, now the whole team up in here. Bottom at the bottom, now we're here.
Yeah.
Bottom at the bottom, then we rode them all up to here. Bottom at the bottom, now we're here.
Yeah.
Bottom at the bottom, now the whole fam here. Woo!
Yeah. Whole fam here. Except for the Bears.
Do it!
Good morning. Happy Monday. Here's 60 seconds on hyper-Bitcoinization. Every single Monday that some people wake up thinking about sats and some people wake up thinking about fiat currency is the process of hyper-Bitcoinization. Every single Monday, there's more people than last Monday waking up thinking about the new currency and working for the new currency this week compared to last week. That is the process of hyper-Bitcoinization. The apps are already here to stop using fiat or significantly reduce the amount of fiat that you're using. We already have the transitionary checking accounts, already have the transitionary savings accounts, already have the transitionary retirement investing accounts. There's people that are waking up this morning, heading off to their jobs, getting on their computers, thinking about a different currency than the one they grew up on. That is hyper-Bitcoinization. It's happening right now, today, and the apps are available today for you to stop using fiat or use.
Okay, well, let's start with the basic principle. People came to the United States for two things, property and freedom. And Bitcoin represents property and freedom to 8 billion people. Satoshi created a computer program that would run in a distributed fashion on computers all around the earth. And that program creates 21 million virtual coins in cyberspace. The way it works is he created perfect digital gold on an open monetary network. And so that means if you wanted to save $1,000 and you wanted to have it beyond the reach of a company, a CEO, a government, a bank, and you wanted to have personal custody of it, you could have that with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a technical solution to give 8 billion people property rights. If I can own $100 in my hand as easily as I can own $1 billion. And we've never had that in the history of the human race. So what does it mean to El Salvador? Well, at El Salvador, you have a bunch of people that don't have a bank, and they don't have assets, and they don't have access to Wall Street. So when their relatives remit money back to El Salvador, they lose 10% of their money through money transfer agents. Once they get the money, they lose 10 to 20% of its value a year because they're storing it in a currency, not in an asset. The exciting thing about Bitcoin is Bitcoin lets you save your money in an asset that goes up in value, and it lets you move that asset at the speed of light all around the planet. And what the president of El Salvador realized is Using the Bitcoin network, they could cut $1 billion of cost in remittances every year to their people. They could put themselves on the world's first digital monetary network. And instead of their people losing 10 to 20% of their value a year and 10% when they move it, they're going to actually make money, and they're going to be able to move that value around.
Fiat is a system, Neo. That system is our enemy. When you're inside, you look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters, all thinking that they earn for themselves, believing the money they use is a tool of trade, not of control. You have to understand that most of these people are not ready to see it. Many of them are so invested, so hopelessly dependent on the system, that they would fight to protect it. Were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you thinking about cheap money? Look again. Freeze it. This isn't a free market? No. It is a system designed to do one thing. Take power from us and give it to them. Who are they? Cantillionaires. They can manipulate and steal any value stored within their system, directing us into a dystopia where they say we'll own nothing, but be happy. Within Fiat, they are the masters, and we are the slaves. We have survived by begging for bigger handouts from the money printer, but they are the gatekeepers. We store our hopes and dreams in the tokens of their false promises, and the only way out is to fix the money. Bitcoin. I won't lie to you, Neo. Every other attempt at independent money and every electronic cash has died. But where they have failed, Bitcoin will succeed. Why? I've seen journalists who expose them ruined, watch them defraud us for trillions and no one went to jail. But their wealth and their power are still based on a world where they must sell their souls, and because of that, they will never be as sovereign or as free as you can be. What are you trying to tell me? I can sell my Bitcoin for millions one day? No, Neo. I'm trying to tell you that when you're ready, you won't.
Grab your Lightning wallet and scan the QR code you see on the stream.
Wall Street is fraud, America is fraud, the world is fraud, banks are fraud, central banks are fraud. We live in an era of fraud. It's all based on fraud, and they get a percentage of the fraud. That's the business model. To suggest that there is any moral or ethical aspect to anything that's going on now is to be completely naive about the fact that we live in an era dominated by financial terrorists, jihadis of banking. They're here to kill you and themselves. They don't care because they're trained at madrasas called Princeton, Harvard, and Yale. They believe in an ideology, not the Quran, but Adam Smith, that they completely misread and interpret as something to justify their blowing themselves up. And the cost of terrorism is cheap. 9/11 only cost $500,000. The ability to borrow money and take over a company by Warren Buffett is zero. He's borrowing money at zero. He's taking all those jobs away. He's creating economic destruction because he's in financial terrorism. And that's the era that we live in today. Are we going to stop it? There's only one way to stop it. Raise interest rates right now. Make the cost of terrorism too high. Do it today. If you don't, you're a fucking terrorist. Janet Yellen's a terrorist. Mario Draghi's a terrorist. The Central Bank of Japan is a terrorist. These are the real terrorists. Not the immigrants, not the people dying in the water. Hey.
Your boy Kevin just lost lots of money. Oh, but that's okay. I am with you, with you. Oh, man. Your boy Kevin just lost lots of money. Oh, but that's okay. I am with you. Here we go. Come on. Push it. Find the dip. Find the dip. Here we go. Come on. Push it. Find the dip. Find the dip. Here we go. Come on. Push it. Find the dip. Find the dip. Here we go. Come on. Push it. Oh, my God. What's happening?
First of all this whining by Wall Street is making me sick. 140% of GameStop was short. GameStop was short. You can't allow Wall Street to short 75% of its stock, crush these companies into the dirt, thousands of stocks into the dirt. Then when the individual makes money, everyone's entrepreneurs. I have a kid who bought a house, paid $50,000 and bought a house. After decades of the shorts, you have to accept the fact that individual investors are playing the same game that you're playing, and now you're losing.
Here we go, come on, push it, find the dip, find the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, find the dip, find the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, find the dip, find the dip. Here we go, come on, push it. Oh my God, what's happening? Here we go, come on, push it, find the dip, find the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, push it, push it, find the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, find the dip, find the dip. Here we go, come on, push it. Oh my God, what's happening?
There's a lot of power in organizations online. 2 million people can get together in a subreddit. I think it's really stock is going up and just affects the market in that way. There's 20,000 people live in a Discord who are spamming rocket emojis, yelling, "Go to the moon."
Start the process of allowing runoff and shrinking the balance sheet.
While the economy withers, you fire up the printers, and we lose our savings thanks to never saying sorry.
For 22. That inflation will decline over the course of 22.
Oh, while the rich just get richer, you fire up the printers, while plebeians watch their savings go to you.
As I mentioned, there have been
Excuses, big excuses, filling our heads while keeping us all in fear. Remember, we remember all that you said. Said inflation's transitory, telling us to eat less meat, and now come CBD.
Where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating?
But we'll never trust you.
So individual carbon footprint.
So we'll keep saving in Bitcoin, saving in Bitcoin, and there is nothing you can do.
Number 3. Michael Saylor on buying the next dog coin versus hodling BTC.
The character of the owners determines the destiny of the asset. If you own Joe Random Yo-Yo coin and you're owning it to flip it on Saturday night, depending upon which way a football game goes, that's the destiny of the asset, right? It's going to be short term because the people are short term. Whenever you buy anything, you got to ask yourself the question, what's the character and what's the intent and what's the strategy or the belief system of the people that are buying the thing that I'm buying? What's the character of people that own Bitcoin? If everybody bought it because they intend to hold it forever, isn't that the kind of asset you want? Or if I told you people bought it because they own that dog, well, how many dog coins are there? 48 or something? If you bought the 47th dog coin, then the 49th dog coin is eventually going to demonetize you. So I think that's been very clear from the beginning. Bitcoin had the immaculate conception, right? I mean, you can't recreate this again. How do you have an open sourced asset that was never pre-mined, that was never ICO'd, that no one thought would be that until it became that? I think that my conviction grows with time, but it's pretty evident. It's going up forever.
Number 2. Bitcoin buying strategies 101.
So in terms of your buying strategy, are you just waiting to raise more money and buy it? Is there any science to the timing of buying it?
We buy Bitcoin as fast as we can with whatever money we find lying around.
Number 1. Beg, borrow or steal to buy Bitcoin. Michael Saylor.
with your salty no-coiner tears. Listen, I was you once. I thought Bitcoin was a dumb piece of shit, thought it was nerd money for nerds on the internet. And I was like, dumb. I was like, probably has some stupid centralized server somewhere in the fucking Cayman Islands or some shit. And there's just a bunch of nerds sitting there playing Pokemons, trading around fake money. I get it. I get it. That's not what it is. Okay? I could explain to you what it is, but honestly, it's like trying to explain the infinite to a chimpanzee. Like, you're stupid right now. You just don't fucking know what you don't know. And you don't know a lot. So the first step is humble yourself. Look, the trajectory of Bitcoin has gone from nothing to being worth $20,000 fucking dollars. Do you think that happened because of just magic? Oh, it's just, I can just wish it away by being like, it's not real, and then I don't have to think about it. I used to be like you. Listen, I'm not making fun of you. I was pathetic too once. Super pathetic. I heard about Bitcoin in 2012, and I didn't even fucking buy any. Do you know what it was? You know what it cost? I don't own a fucking island right now. God, I'm embarrassed for myself, and I'm embarrassed for you. It's even more embarrassing to be you right now in 2020 during the fucking COVID money printing experiment, printer go burr, fucking global economic collapse, lockdowns, and you're still, gold's flat. You're still being like, Bitcoin's not real. It's real, bitch. It's fucking real as balls, honky. I can get away with that one because I'm white. Listen, it's real. Get yourself some corn. That's what we call Bitcoin. We're all insane over.
Now! You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know?
Well, Bitcoin's the best crypto asset. Okay. What's the second best? There's no second best.
Fortune favors the brave.
This is Steam It Open Mic Week 101. My name is Naomi Brockwell, aka Sky Corridors, and this is the weekly song challenge written by Dean Logic, and this one is called The Hodler.
On a warm summer's eve, at a big conference in Boulder, I met up with the hodler. We were both too tired to sleep, so we took turns of staring at our ledgers in the darkness. The boredom overtook us, and we began to speak. He said, "Nay, I've made a life out of hacking people's wallets, knowing what their coins were by the way they trusted Wi-Fi. So if you don't mind me saying, I can see you're out of Bitcoin. For a taste of your whiskey, I'll give you some advice." So I handed him the bottle, and he drank down my last swallow. Then he flipped open Binance and authenticated thrice. And the night got deadly quiet, and his face lost all expression. He said, "If you're gonna play the game, girl, you gotta pay the hodler's price. You gotta know when to hold him, know when to troll them, know when to walk away, and know when to run. You never count your crypto when they're sitting in the exchange. There'll be time enough for counting when the transaction's done." Now every hodler knows that the secret to surviving is knowing what to trade away and knowing what to keep. 'Cause every coin's a winner and every coin's a loser, and the best that you can hope for is to not get in too deep. And when he finished speaking, he turned back toward the window, shut down his ledger, and faded off to sleep. And somewhere in the madness, the hodler, he broke even. But in his final words, I found a token I could keep. You gotta know when to hold it, know when to troll them, know when to walk away, and know when to run. You never count your crypto when they're sitting in the exchange. There'll be time enough for counting when the transaction's done. You gotta know when to hold it, know when to troll them, know when to walk away, and know when to run. You never count your crypto when they're sitting in the exchange. There'll be time enough for counting when the transaction's done.
Read our magazine at loveisbitcoin.com and zap the authors to keep it going.
The whole invention of Bitcoin is to take the money, which is the thing, how we measure our interaction, our resources, our time, our effort. That fucking game needs to be fair. That's what we all are craving for, because when the game is fucking fair, we can become the best versions of ourselves. So long as anybody can issue the money, they are the overlord. And that's the fucking problem that Bitcoin solves. It places the money out of all of our hands. No organization, no institution, no government, no group, no fucking nobody. It's in the physical laws of the universe. That's the fucking 0 to 1 moment, and that's what we're here to fight for. That's the fucking wartime that I see.
John Maynard Keynes, F.A. Hayek, round 2. Round 2.0. Same economists, same beliefs. New microphones, new mustaches. Here we are, peace out, Great Recession. Thanks to me, as you see, we're not in a depression. Recovery, destiny, if you follow my lesson. Lord Keynes, here I come, line up for the procession.
We brought out the shovels and we're still in a ditch and still digging. Don't you think it's time for a switch from that hair of the dog? Friend, the party is over. The long run is here. It's time to get sober.
Are you kidding? My cure works perfectly fine. Have a look, the Great Recession ended back in 09. I deserve credit, things would have been worse. All the estimates prove it, I'll quote chapter and verse.
Econometricians, they're ever so biased. Are they doing real science or confirming their bias? Their Keynesian models are tidy and neat, but that top-down approach is a fatal conceit.
Oh!
Which way should we choose? More bottom up or more top down? The fight continues. Keynes and Hayek second round. It's time to weigh in. More from the top or from the ground. Let's listen to the great sights. Keynes and Hayek throwing down.
We could have done better had we only spent more. Too bad that only happens when there's a world war. You can carp all you want about stats and regression. Do you deny World War II cut short the depression?
Wow, one data point and you're jumping for joy. The last time I checked, wars only destroy. There was no multiplier. Consumption just shrank as we used scarce resources for every new tank. Pretty perverse to call that prosperity. Ration meat, ration butter, a life of austerity. When that war spending ended, your friends cried disaster. Yet the economy thrived and grew faster.
You too only see what you want to see. The spending on war clearly goosed GDP. Unemployment was over, almost down to 0. That's why I'm the master, that's why I'm the hero.
Creating employment's a straightforward craft when the nation's at war and there's a draft. If every worker was staffed in the army and fleet, we'd have full employment and nothing to eat.
Which way should we choose? More bottom up or more top down? The fight continues. Keynes and Hayek second round. It's time to weigh in. More from the top or from the ground. Let's listen to the great sights. Keynes and Hayek throwing down.
Jobs are a means, not the ends in themselves. People work to live better, to put food on the shelves. Real growth means production of what people demand. That's entrepreneurship, not your central plan.
My solution is simple and easy to handle. It's spending that matters. Why's that such a scandal? Money sloshes through the pipes and the sluices, revitalizing the economy's juices. It's just like an engine that's stalled and gone dark. To bring it to life, we need a quick spark. Spending's the lifeblood that gets the flow going. Where it goes doesn't matter, just get spending flowing.
You see slack in some sectors as a general glut, but some sectors are healthy, only some in a rut. So spending's not free, that's the heart of the matter. Too much is wasted as cronies get fatter. The economy's not a car, there's no engine to stall. No expert can fix it, there's no it at all. The economy's us, we don't need a mechanic. Put away the wrenches, the economy's organic.
Which way should we choose? More bottom up or more top down? The fight continues. Keynes and Hayek second round. It's time to weigh in. More from the top or from the ground. Let's listen to the great sights. Keynes and Hayek throwing
So
down.
what would you do to help those unemployed? This is the question you seem to avoid. When we're in a mess, Would you have us just wait, doing nothing until markets equilibrate?
I don't want to do nothing. There's plenty to do. The question I ponder is who plans for whom? Do I plan for myself or leave it to you? I want plans by the many, not by the few. Let's not repeat what created our troubles. I want real growth, not a series of bubbles. Stop bailing out losers. Let prices work. If we don't try to steer them, they won't go berserk.
Come on, are you kidding? Don't Wall Street gyrations challenge a worldview of self-regulation? Even you must admit that the lesson we've learned is more oversights needed or else we'll get burned.
Oversight? The government's long been in bed with those Wall Street execs and the firms that they've led. Capitalism's about profit and loss. You bail at the losers, there's no end to the cost. The lesson I've learned is how little we know. The world is complex, not some circular flow. The economy's not a class you can master in college. To think otherwise is the pretense of knowledge.
Which way should we choose? Bottom up or top down? The fight continues. Kings and Hyatt second round. It's time to win. Or from the top or from the crowd. Let's listen to the great say. Kings and Hyatt going down.
You get on your high horse and you're off to the races. I look at the world on a case-by-case basis. When people are suffering, I roll up my sleeves and do what I can to cure our disease. The future's uncertain, our outlooks are frail. That's why free markets are so prone to fail. In a volatile world, we need more discretion, so state intervention can counter depression.
People aren't chessmen you move on a board at your whim, their dreams and desires ignored. With political incentives, discretion's a joke. Those dials are twisting, just mirrors and smoke. We need stable rules and real market prices so prosperity emerges and cuts short the crisis. Give us a chance so we can discover the most valuable ways to serve one another.
Which way should we choose? More bottom up or more top down? The fight continues. Kings and Hyatt second round. It's time to win. Or from the top or from the crowd. Let's listen to the great say. Kings and Hyatt going down. Which way should we choose? More bottom up or more top down? The fight continues. Kings and Hyatt second round. It's time to win. Or from the top or from the crowd. Let's listen to the great say. Kings and Hyatt going down.
Visit loveiscoin.com to read about the human side of Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, please go to moon. Stop going sideways now. Don't ever say we going down to 1K, but Mr. Novogratz say we have bottomed out. Novogratz is bullish. Bottomed out. Don't ever rise is bearish.
Barrett's target of 13 times
Novogratz is bullish.
Bitcoin can be at 40,000.
Let us go to moon.
When the bear is growling, hello, your Bitcoin. Hello, your Bitcoin. 'Cause you're saving time. When the FUD is flowing, hello, your Bitcoin. Hello, your Bitcoin. 'Cause you're saving time. When your friends are laughing, hello, your Bitcoin. Hello, your Bitcoin. 'Cause you're saving time. When the corn starts growing, hello, your Bitcoin. all your Bitcoin, 'cause you're saving time. When green candles rising, hodl all your Bitcoin, hodl all your Bitcoin, 'cause you're saving time. When the bull is raging, hodl all your Bitcoin, hodl all your Bitcoin, 'cause you're saving time. When the Lambo's calling, hodl all your Bitcoin, hodl all your Bitcoin, 'cause you're saving time. When the fiat's failing, hodl all your Bitcoin, hodl all your Bitcoin, no more slaving time.
Dollars to buy back into local currency so that, in Zimbabwe, you think they would take money off the table, right? Like, the point is, if you have the superior asset, it's going up for everyone, right?
Too, man. It's either a totalitarian, unified world government that destroys us all, or the renaissance of humanity and it means something greater than it's ever been before. Yeah. There's no choice to win in this. This is chips on the table. We build together and we make this thing go.
the successful final solution of the state question is ever to be attained.
I come to you a sinner, using the petrol dollars and this perverse incentives. I thought I was a winner, but that's just those feet I presents it. Found a new way, achieving consensus, add a new layer, a different dimension, time and energy to look at the past, so we can establish the present.
I'm never buying Bitcoin. Never. Never, never. I don't believe a thing about it.
How the huge move by Elon Musk could further launch Bitcoin into the financial mainstream.
You have a failing company that had a flat stock market like MicroStrategy for a decade, and its head was a coke addict, decided then to bet the entire house on Bitcoin. That's irresponsible behavior.
Well, I've made a lot of money. I'm sure glad I bought Bitcoin. I guess now that everyone is bearish, I should sell it all and buy a suitable automobile.
You sold your Bitcoin for a Prius? Is this a joke?
Yo, Stacy, baby, I just bought back all my Bitcoin and sent you some. You get it?
Whatever, Wojak. Nobody wants your stupid Bcash. I'm with Michael now. A Bitcoin bull.
All your models are destroyed, completely devastated. Bitcoin goes to the moon.
What he thought of Bitcoin, and he said rat poison. Back then it was about $100+ per Bitcoin. Today it's 9,000. Is it still rat poison?
Well, it's probably rat poison squared. First, Bitcoin is going to zero. Zero. When it comes out, zero.
I have directed Secretary Connolly to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar
into gold or other reserve assets.
In the nighttime, when the bird is sad and stressed, you will find me in the place I know the best. Dancing, shouting, flying to the moon. Don't have to worry, 'cause I'll be come back soon. And we build a castle in the skies and in the sand. Design a whole world, ain't nobody understand. I found myself alive in the palm of your hand. As long as we are flying, all this world ain't got no end. All this world ain't got no end.
You characterize everything that the Fed has done this past week as essentially flooding the system with money.
Yes, exactly.
And there's no end to your ability to do that.
There is no end to our ability to do that.
Simply flooded the system with money.
Yes, we did. That's another way to think about it. We did.
Where does it come from? Do you just print it?
We print it digitally. So we as a central bank, we have the ability to create money.
That's what it is. I think it's a security truth machine. Okay, well, Amazon, that's worth $1 trillion. It sells stuff on the internet. But is that as valuable as a new invention for humanity?
My primary motivation for Bitcoin, which I've made into a slogan, is the other 6.5 billion. That's why Bitcoin is important to me. It's because of the 7.5 billion people on this planet, only 1 billion people have access to banking facilities, banking services, credit, checking capabilities, or any ability to send and receive money internationally. That's not by accident. And it's not because they don't have money, and it's not because they don't have productive capacity. It's because of politics and infrastructure. And my reason for being interested in Bitcoin is because I think Bitcoin can change that. Because simply with the introduction of not even a very smart smartphone, you can introduce banking services throughout the world. And you don't even need connectivity with 24-hour electricity to do so.
Where did this thing come from? How do you build, in 4 years, the fastest hashing supercomputer on the planet, completely without anyone noticing? Honestly, most of the world, you think outside of this room, how many people on the MIT campus know that the fastest supercomputer in the world, if you allow for hashing, is the Bitcoin network? And it's not just fast, it's thousands of times faster than all of the top supercomputers put together.
called. Seen you on Twitter, sunset shit done changed. Ever since your first song, I bought it all. Ever since the first dip, they said it's tulip mania. Now they always say congratulations. Long so hard, avoided liquidation. They ain't ever have the hands or patience. We kept holding, never sold, and look, we made it. Yeah, we made it. They were never there, no, yeah. Now I'm jumping out the Lambo, yeah. And my life moves slow-mo, yeah. When I open Crypto Pro, yeah. I'm a genius with the finance, yeah. And I buy it all on Binance, yeah. Everybody wanna have it, yeah. But they didn't buy it last year, yeah. Everyone wishing that they had bought it. But it's too late now cause they can't afford it. They were too scared just to buy at the bottom. I was on BitMEX 100x long and yeah. If you got BTC then put your ledges to the sky. How can I make sense? I got Satoshis on my mind. Yeah, they called me crazy when I told them they should try. Now my family's in my inbox asking how to buy. My mama called, seen you on Twitter, sunset shit done changed. Ever since your first song, I bought it all. Ever since the first dip, they said it's tulip mania. Now they always say congratulations. Long so hard, avoided liquidation. They ain't ever have the hands or patience. We kept holding, never sold, and look, we made it. Yeah, we made it. We were patient. Yeah, we were patient. Now we can scream that we made it. And everywhere we go, they say congratulations. Ooh, yeah. Congratulations.
Do it!
Come on, hodlers, gather around. There's a new sheriff in town. The banks are on the run from BTC. So hide your children, hide your wives. Wall Street crews catching knives. Everyone wants a piece, including me. Well, there are those who've come around, try to take the whole thing down, controlling what Satoshi gave for free. So ask your questions, tell your lies, and throw it on an open diamond. Cross whatever border that you please. And the lightning flashed before my eyes, fell down the rabbit hole and saw the disguises. I saw the banks, then the banks saw me. This is a game of sovereignty. This is a gift from Satoshi. Stack your bags, crack a beer. We're entering a new frontier with something that the institutions hate. The governments, they can't do shit. Big bad banks are sick of it. There's nothing they can do to regulate. Cause it's peer-to-peer, decentralized through proof of work. They cannot lie, finite supply that they cannot inflate. So come on down and bring your friends, throw all your garbage fiat in and get some before it is too late. And the lightning flashed before my eyes, fell down the rabbit hole and saw the disguises. I saw the banks, then the banks saw me. This is a game of sovereignty. This is a gift from Satoshi. Keep your keys, keep them safe, don't keep them on big exchange or you'll get gotch like 2014. can trust but verify. Don't show those keys to prying eyes, or you will learn exactly what I mean. You will get wrecked from hackers here, hackers there, hackers hack from everywhere. So you should beef up your security. Freeze that wallet, keep it cold, and don't forget what you've been told. We'll party till the next happening.
Satoshi, it is time you wake up and turn on the engine. Satoshi, it is time you wake up and turn on the engine.
We don't trust, we verify. Look in my eyes, I tell no lies. No shitcoin here, I see third eye. I ain't smoking no crack pipe. Bitcoin shines like a mag light. Fiat blind in the headlights. Futuristic or supersonic. We look to the part on it. We got big code. We don't roll if it's singular.
It's so crypto man, the official cryptocurrency song. I hope all my brothers and sisters around the world will sing along. Look at the cryptocurrency, man, it's such a blurrency, a new one every day. They got the pump and dump, they try to make you jump. You better watch your back, I say. I hear the throne box singing till my ears are ringing. I'm afraid just to go to bed, and I'm not feeling so well. Tell me, should I buy or sell? Oh no, I'm afraid to buy, cause it might be too high, man. Whoa. And I'm afraid to sell, you know, because it might be too low. We got the androids talking and the dope coin smoking. It's a thing, mama, you should see. We got the pot coin, man, it's such a hot coin, all the way from Denver to DC. We got the hash coin, now we need a stash coin, or we lose it all, and that's a drag. And I say blockchain, smoke chain, I just like to get a bag. I think I'm gonna fly to Denver. I think I'm gonna get a real high upon a bender. Maybe find a heart that's tender. Help me to lay down at night. You know it's so strange when another exchange is creeping in like another bad sin. It's a legitimate fear that it will disappear and you will never see your money again. You tell me it's the right coin, but it's just a light coin. Maybe I'll have tea with Charlie Lee. Oh baby, and it's blowing my mind, cause I don't know which one to buy. Blowing my mind, cause I don't know which one to buy. Blowing my mind, I don't know which one to buy. Oh Lord, oh, it makes me want to cry. Oh Lord, I don't know which I want to buy. Oh, 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 oh. get you I and I. Cause I don't know which one to buy. Lord, good Lord, I got my feet on the ground. But man, my head is spinning around. And all the world is crypto. Crypto.
You know, I think the thing to understand is that miners are performing a single process trillions and trillions of times a second. That process is completed with each hash, and then it renews, right? It's a probabilistic function. It is not a linear, sequential process where you need a number of things to happen all in a row for the sort of industrial process to complete. Now, you compare mining to a cement factory or to an aluminum smelter or a steel mill. Those are sequential processes. They're complex. There's a lot of interdependencies. Bitcoin mining is one of the simplest industrial processes that exists. So that means that a miner can interrupt their load at a moment's notice. They can curtail it. They can modulate it up or down. And effectively, that makes them extremely good buyers of energy, because in response to either price signals or grid operator requests, they can curtail their usage at a moment's notice. And they can do this in a much more efficient and complete way than other industrial loads. So that means they can be extremely benevolent presences on the grid, where during a grid scarcity event, the miner will be able to curtail their usage. And if you look at the Texas power distribution, there's a lot of very cheap, in fact, negatively priced energy portion of the time. And, relative abundance of energy much of the time. And then it's a small fraction of the time where there's a grid scarcity event, in 2021 most notably. So what miners do is they chop the tails off both ends of the distribution. They're scooping up energy that's otherwise going unmonetized. And then during that right tail of the distribution, when the grid is under stress and energy becomes very expensive, miners participate in programs such that they're curtailing their usage. Or they're just economically, it's not worth it for them to mine if spot prices go really high. So what they do is they fill in the valleys, or they chop off the tails of that energy price distribution, which is overall a very good feature for the grid.
This is Steam at Open Mic Week 100. My name is Naomi Brockwell, aka Sky Corridors, and this is the weekly song Ridiculousness, written by Dean Logic.
Airdrops of tokens and ICO listings, two-factor verify, cold wallet linking, Telegram groups online that you can join, and here are a few of my favorite coins. Steam it for posting and Poet for rhyming, Redcoin and Smart Cash for personal tithing, also with Dashman, Nero and Dogecoin. These are a few of my favorite coins. Storage and Wasabi for cloud file storage, Saltus for lending or small home mortgage. I can even buy a house with Bitcoin. These are a few of my favorite coins. Whether USD or the S&P, get me feeling mad. I simply remember my favorite coins, and then I don't feel so bad. Basic attention for website subscriptions, Blockmess for decentralized communication. I can send friends money using Peercoin. These are a few of my favorite coins. Gollum for computing, Syndicator for predicting, Tether for hodling, and 10x for spending. For quickness, I might choose to lose Litecoin. These are a few of my favorite coins. Stratus makes blockchains and Near makes gases. For transactions,
Thank you.
Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up, don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up, Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up.
Power to undermine everything they're doing to people around the world. And I'm sorry for shouting, but it just disgusts me what these people in government do. And they do it through central banking and through the control of the money supply, and Bitcoin takes that away from them.
From March 2020 to August 2020, it was not a great period for me. It was not a great period personally. It was not a great period professionally. And really what was most getting to me, what was really having me down, it was a dark time, was thinking deeply about the profound unfairness of the fiat monetary system, the profound unfairness of the impact of well-intentioned central bank activities.
We're seeing unprecedented amount of monetary expansion from central banks right now. I want to have a family someday. I want that family to have a house that I own. It's my property. Well, after COVID and the stimulus shock, Chicago real estate is at 9.2% inflation year over year. So unless I'm getting a 10% raise every single year, I got no fucking chance of owning a house.
If you did not own assets going into 08, 09, the American dream got pretty far away. You're left behind. Yeah, you're left behind. But if you did not own assets going into March last year, the American dream's gone, man. It is a speck in the distance.
Hidden inflation causes rising rates, and it crushes emerging markets. The kid I went to high school with is gonna lean over a bar in Manhattan and drink a $35 old fashioned and tell me Bitcoin doesn't matter?
Bitcoin has been called wealth insurance. Who needs insurance the most of any kind? It's the most vulnerable people. And when you're poor and all you have is fiat and that's a melting ice cube of value, you lose your dignity every single day the Fed prints. And that is not okay. The good news, though, is we finally have a monetary system governed by rules, not rulers. And it's open to all. So everybody gets to choose, which is great. You can stay on the fiat standard, in which a very small group of people get to produce unlimited new units of money, just not you. Or you can opt in to the Bitcoin standard, in which no one gets to do that. You can decide which is more fair.
The folio is high, now it's 6 feet underground. I tried to get a refund, CZ said it's not allowed. The seller said to buy, then all it's done is tumble down. Just huddle I decided, praying that it turns around. Because it's too late to sell the highs. It's too late. It's too late to sell the highs. It's too late. I need some results, show me some else, I'll buy a bag or two. Yeah, I just need a gem to make it back, 100x will do. Another bear market, we just try to make it through. Everybody's leaving, I will not abandon you. But I'm afraid it's too late to sell the highs. It's too late. It's too late to sell the highs. It's too late. Folio is high, now it's 6 feet underground.
They're missing what's happening with technology. The technology of Bitcoin allows you to build a system peer-to-peer that doesn't require debt for velocity of money. And what I just said is probably the most important thing.
Don't trust, verify.
Hi everyone, this is Steam at Open Mic Week 99. My name is Naomi Brockwell, aka Sky Corridors, and this is the weekly song challenge by Dean Logic.
Look at this coin, isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my portfolio's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm the girl, Bitcoin girl who has everything? Look at this wallet, tokens untold. How many wonders can one ledger hold? Looking around here you think, sure, she's got everything. I've got Moneros and Zcash aplenty. I've got Tezos and EOS galore. You want finance coin? I've got 20. Who cares? No big deal. I want more. I wanna be where the traders are. I wanna see them driving around in those, what do you call them? Oh, Lambos. Saving your dimes, you don't are required for 7 trading, rolling out your own, what's that word again? ICO, up where they fly, up where there's fun, up where the coins all reach the sun, exchanging free. Wish I could be part of that world. What would I give if I could live without using fiat? What would I pay to spend a day free from the Fed? Then in crypto land, they understand that they don't reprimand investors. Bright young women, sick of holding with keys in hand and ready to know what the OGs know. Ask them my questions and get some answers. What is a blockchain and why does it? What's the word? Validate. I really can't wait. What I wouldn't give to have every coin in shape shift, encrypted and free. Wish I could be part of that
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. The technology I'm going to talk about today is about to transform the world. We were telling the entire world that the world was about to change. No one believed us. It taught me to trust my instincts because, in fact, it did change the world. The technology I'm going to talk about today is about to transform the world. Bitcoin is a protocol, an invention created on January 3rd, 2009 by an anonymous creator. People are beginning to notice that this is something more than what they are told. And what are they told? Bitcoin. Is money. We don't even need to think about money unless it stops working. Everybody has interesting things to say about what money is. In fact, there is no value in the money itself. What is money? Money isn't a construct of authority. Governments have always held a very tight control over money. But what if money could be created without authority? What if money could be created simply through use?
Controlling money confers great power to those who control it. And now that has changed. On January 3rd, 2009, the world changed money as pure information on an open network that is uncensorable, open to anyone, neutral, and global. Bitcoin is money. Run as a peer-to-peer network. Bitcoin is money. On January 3rd, 2009, the world changed. Bitcoin is money.
Sovereign is he who can make the exception. So if you're operating within a game or a set of rules, and there's an individual or a group that can make exception to those rules that you cannot, they are sovereign over you, right? They can steal from you, they can control you, they can manipulate you. That's effectively what a central bank is. It's a legal monopoly that can bend the rules to its own advantage. That's what inflation is. It's a bending and twisting of the rules to enrich few at the expense of many. And I think the amazing thing about Bitcoin is that we, for the first time in history, have this property right independent of the monopoly on violence, that is the state. So people can opt out of that structure that preys on their property and ultimately just reign over themselves, right? Bitcoin's just a database that no one can make an exception to. Therefore, it maximizes the sovereignty of the individuals that make use of it.
1 BTC equals 1 BTC, 21 million units to hold all of infinity. If you want to be free, if you want to be free, then you must know to hold all of infinity. If you want to be free, 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 then you must know to be free. If you want to be free, if you want to be free, then you must know the 1 BTC equals 1 BTC equals 1 BTC as the nodes achieve network consensus and finality. If you want to be free, if you want to be free, then you must know consensus and finality. If you want to be free, 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 if you must know consensus and finality. If you want to be free, if you want to be free, then you must know the 1 BTC equals 1 BTC equals 1 BTC. It's the one way to measure the cost of opportunity. 1 BTC if you want to be free, if you want to be free, then you must measure the cost of opportunity. If you want to be free, 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 then you must know the 1 BTC equals 1 BTC equals 1 BTC. It's the way that you save up your value for posterity. 1 BTC if you want to be free, if you want to be free, then you must know your value for posterity. If you want to be free, if you want to be free, then you must know your value for posterity. If you want to be free, 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 then you must know that 1 BTC equals 1 BTC equals 1 BTC. It's the one currency if you want to escape tyranny. If you want to be free, if you want to be free, then you must know that 1 to escape tyranny. If you want to be free, 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 then you must know that 1 to escape tyranny. If you want to be free, if you want to be free, then you must know that 1 BTC equals 1 BTC.
You gonna be much longer, son?
Nah, not much longer.
For the longest time, for the longest. If you said that Bitcoin was my life, I would tell you.
Show enough, show you right.
What else can I do? I'm so inspired by you, and I'm just holding for the longest time. Once I knew my stocks and bonds were gone, I knew Satoshi Nakamoto was the one to come and save me. And crimping money bravery, and I'm just holding for the longest time. Hold for the longest time. Hold for the longest. Don't panic, the price will rise and fall. Ultimately, we're breaking through the wall. The sky's the limit, and I'm in it to win it. So I'm just holding for the longest time. They say this couldn't last very long, but I saw the light and knew you were wrong. Baby, I've been hoping too hard, but you've seen the price, and it's just gonna grow more. March 11th, orphan blocks were slow. Doubters panicked and let their bitcoins go. I took my chances, moving all the loan advances. Now I'm just holding for the longest time. Hold for the longest time. Hold for the longest time.
The world's gone crazy. No one seems to be on the same page lately. Poor works harder than the richest clown. Stock market is up but productivity's down. Civil servants pardoned for inside trading. Those making big bucks aren't the ones creating. Sane voices sound crazy amongst lunacy. Then along comes the one thing we can all agree. Now customer love drives the network effect. From the west to the east all the way to the outback. Market cap larger than the Japanese yen. Returns bigger than Buffett. Now we all piling in.
Best decision is accepting orange is the new black.
A monetary magnet to get us to sex at. The shelling point is a political hack to let in the Trojan horse and take our freedom back. You see, money is the mother of all protocols, and it tends to one where winner takes all. Because 1,000 tokens that are incompatible, it's like we're juggling balls while we're building walls. It's inefficient. When universal unit's sufficient. If you look at fiat gains, then that's the wrong coefficient. We are converting gains back into the old fiat system. On the set, standard dollars ain't used again. Look at the internet, runs on one interoperable language. Crowdsourced, distributed, and open to all projects. Organic iteration from the world's smartest mind. Trial and error is how competing ideas thrive. We build on merit, not on virtue signaling status. Rewriting monetary discourse has no room for bureaucratic. Each node in the lattice must be value added. To coordinate, cooperate, compete on one language. Look at the intranet, almost gone from human existence. You think a firm can predict all needs of the market? 20 years the average age of NASDAQ listed, but 1,000 years is where this protocol's headed. You see, we're redefining our freedom of speech. If we don't own the protocol in which we we speak. We can be censored and sanctioned from society. Suppressing our voice is an act of tyranny. Our word is property to stand up to authority, to challenge the majority and protect the brave minority who might hold a different point of view, challenging the status quo with the uncomfortable truth. Because we all have a voice, but not all can be heard unless we all have a mic that's not selectively conferred. That's the real metaverse. Energy and ideas traverse. Bits and atoms form nexus language we can all converse. Every set, every second, every jewel has its worth. Every atom, every word, every being has its worth. A place of proof of work rewards who do the work. Value rise lockstep with the effort that is birthed. Privacy ain't a crime, but protection from prejudice. Bloodshed thwarted by incentive alignment. It's a brand new world, come one, come all. Consider these words as your wake-up call. Because money is the mother of all protocols, and it tends to one where winner.
Satoshi, Satoshi, Satoshi gave me wings. Loving Satoshi, Satoshi, Satoshi set us free. Satoshi's you and me. And I know they don't believe you. And I know that they can't see you. But the world has changed forever. Now I'm stacking Satoshi. Freaking NGU technology. I was fucking working for fiat. Now I've orange pilled myself alive. And I don't know where you came from. No, I don't know where you went to. But the world has changed forever. Satoshi, Satoshi, Satoshi gave us wings. Loving Satoshi, Satoshi, Satoshi set us free. Satoshi's you and me. Yeah.
Bitcoin is the ego killer. Not many people know that, especially the new people that are coming in. And I think, people like Jamal, they don't know that either. It's ego has no place in Bitcoin. It will crush you. I think it happened a couple of times already. I think it's one of the main reasons why people suffer from Bitcoin derangement syndrome. They can't kill the part of that doesn't align with Bitcoin, or they can't kill their past regrets. Most critics now in Bitcoin, they're just so insanely salty because they got into Bitcoin in like 2010 and sold in like 2012, and now they are just still journalists and poor and just will tell you why Bitcoin is bad. And if you dig into all the critics, it's always salt. At the bottom, it's always salt. And salt is basically ego. Like, you were not humble enough to say, okay, I made a mistake, and just start accumulating again in like 2017 or something. It doesn't matter. Even now, just start accumulating now. We still have many 10x's in front of us. Like, it's Moscow time will go down forever.
Your currency gets stronger if you do intelligent things. And your currency gets weaker when you do irrational things. Right? So if you loved a country, you would want the leadership to do intelligent things. So what's intelligent? Generate a lot of power, like nuclear power that's cheap and easy, good road systems, good technology, efficient language, efficient currency, good legal systems, not too much.
Spend less than you make.
Yeah, all of these rational things, right? Adopt a Bitcoin standard. All of these would be rational things. It would strengthen the currency, and it would lessen the inflation rate of the currency. If I want to create massive inflation, I just do the opposite. I, declare war on 100 different things, and I spend 100x more than I take in, and I regulate everything and everyone everywhere, right? And that causes the currency to weaken, and in the extreme, completely collapses. So it seems reasonable that as Bitcoin grows and it gets better understood, rational nations will embrace Bitcoin holders and Bitcoin miners and Bitcoin companies. And as they embrace them, the politics will become more favorably disposed to Bitcoin. And as that happens, their companies will start to hold Bitcoin, and their families, and then eventually their institutions, and then their agencies, right? And as that happens, their currency becomes a Bitcoin derivative. So I think if you're going to build a higher level civilization, you have to be open-minded to a lot of different ways to work with the asset and different time frames. And when you go to the extreme, you undermine adoption, but you also undermine utility, because the real economy is going to be, you need Bitcoin at layer 1, you've got Lightning, a non-custodial open layer 2, and then you've got layer 3s like Cash App and PayPal and the exchanges, and then you've got layer 4s, securities like MicroStrategy or GBTC, where we've literally got the thing embedded in what we are. And then you've got products. You could build it into products and services. You could build a Bitcoin into a Tesla. What if I had a Tesla and I bought the Tesla, and the Tesla basically was self-maintaining forever, right? Because I had enough Bitcoin in it to pay for all the electricity and also pay for the maintenance upkeep on the car. So all of these are different aspects of a digital economy, and they'll all be subject to different rules and different laws, and some things will fail and some will succeed. And if you just take an open mind and allow it all to evolve, I think people will start to see this as economically good for everybody, technically good for everyone, and morally, politically good as well. There don't have to be any losers here. Everybody can be a winner. And if you go into the marketplace and your position is Bitcoin fixes this, well, how about just Bitcoin improves this? What if you went to every company, every product, every family, every country, every politician, everybody, and just said, I'm here from Bitcoin and we can improve whatever you're doing. It doesn't even matter what you're doing. It'll be better if you build some type of Bitcoin into whatever you're doing. There are no enemies. The world just divides into people that don't understand how we can help them yet, people that do understand how we can help them, right? And then people we haven't.
Bitcoin's back, alright. Yeah. Goddamn. Yeah. Oh my God, we're back again. Brothers, sisters, everybody buying. We're gonna pump the Ponzi, we'll show you how. Oh, yeah. Straight to the moon, get your ticket now. Everybody line up, get your tickets, we're going to. Did you buy the tip? Yeah. Do you like rocket ships? Oh, what you wanna try this shit? Yeah. We got everything you need, you better buy some bitty now. Everybody, yeah. Long live Ponzi, yeah. Everybody, long live Ponzi, right? Bitcoin's back, alright. Just keep buying, alright. Never selling. Now throw your ledger in the air. Go, oh yeah. And wave it around like there's a million there. If you wanna pump, then don't pretend. Pump it up. I got a big green dildo, bring a friend. I mean, seriously. Everybody, long live Ponzi. Everybody, long live Ponzi, right? Never short it. Bitcoin's back, alright.
You think you found money, sound money. No more funny money, yeah, count the money. Drowning money, it's loud money. But you never realize it ain't about the money. In a clown world, inevitably headed for a downturn. It's about taking down into the ground dirt. Structures of power, taken for granted. Nevertheless, we take on the phantom. It isn't random, part of a plan. Carried out quietly, way in advance. Take a seat or come dance with me to the sun that is setting on a fantasy. Forget legacy, see what I see. Take us the day of the future to be. Break the chains, embrace the chain. Keep the change, take the blame. Wear it as a crown in the land of the free. Stick to the plan, be your own bank. And when it all tanks, fill up your bags. This is the way, yes. This is the day, yes. This is the game, the way that we play. It's how we put gold to the test, yes.
When the bear is growling, hodl all your Bitcoin. Hodl all your Bitcoin. 'Cause you're saving time. When the FUD starts flowing, hodl all your Bitcoin. Hodl all your Bitcoin. 'Cause you're saving time. When your friends are laughing, hodl all your Bitcoin. Hodl all your Bitcoin. 'Cause you're saving time. When the corn starts growing, hodl all your Bitcoin. Hodl all your Bitcoin. 'Cause you're saving time. When green candles rising, hodl all your Bitcoin. Hodl all your Bitcoin. 'Cause you're saving time. When the bull is raging, hodl all your Bitcoin. Hodl all your Bitcoin. 'Cause you're saving time. When the shit coin's pumping, hodl all your Bitcoin. Hodl all your Bitcoin. 'Cause you're saving time. When the Lambo's calling, hodl all your Bitcoin. Hodl all your Bitcoin. 'Cause you're saving time. When the Elon's trolling, hodl all your Bitcoin. Hodl all your Bitcoin. 'Cause you're saving time. When the fiat's failing, hodl all your Bitcoin. Hodl all your Bitcoin. No more saving time.
Number go up technology.
simply flooded the system with money.
Yes, we did. That's another way to think about it. We did.
Where does it come from? Do you just print it?
We print it digitally. So we, as a central bank, we have the ability to create money digitally, and we do that by buying treasury bills or bonds or other government guaranteed securities, and that actually increases the money supply. We also print actual currency, and we distribute that through the Federal Reserve banks.
This is maybe too strong, but these are my words. Life is hopeless for a lot of people, and Bitcoin is hope, right? Because it gives everyone an engineered monetary asset that's a bearer instrument, and it gives them a bank on their mobile phone, and they don't have to trust their government or another counterparty with their life.
Well, I'm the Bitcoin trader, navigator of the Bitcoin sea. I'm a real motivator when it comes to making money for me. And I might go short or long, but I like to tell everybody that I've never been wrong. I'm the Bitcoin trader, come on and hear me sing my song. Well, I made about $250,000 on the old Mount Gox. And I jumped that ship about a year before it hit the rocks. I put a little into LTC, then I doubled and I bought a place in Waikiki. I'm the Bitcoin trader, come on and take a look at me. Well, I don't use bots, but I know a lot of other people do. I got a built-in barometer back up to Cometer 2. And I know just when to sell. When we're off to the moon like a bat out of hell. I'm the Bitcoin trader, ka-ching, hear me ring my bell. Full speed ahead, Captain. Ride them a Bitcoin waves, boys, ride them high and low. I said I ride them a Bitcoin waves, heave ho, heave ho. I don't give a damn about no whales. Those Moby Dicks are gonna burn in hell. So ride them Bitcoin waves away, heave ho. Here we go, I said ride them a Bitcoin waves, boys, ride them high and low. I said I ride them a Bitcoin waves, heave ho, heave ho. I ain't scared of no shark attack, yo ho. I just pray to God Almighty that I don't get hacked. Pray to God Almighty that I don't get hacked. Pray to God Almighty that I don't get hacked today. Pray
God almighty that I don't get hacked today. Well, pigs in the pen, gunnies in the sack, cards in the crib, and the haze all stacked. Get a little Bitcoin, never look back. Pray to God almighty that I don't get hacked. Pray to mighty God almighty that I don't get hacked.
Thank you, Copenhagen.
With every other asset on Earth, anything else you can own, houses, gold, silver, commodities, stocks, bonds, when the price goes up, the supply increases. If I increase the price of any stock by a factor of 10, the company issues more stock.
Of course.
Bitcoin's the only thing in the world that's inelastic to price. If the price of Bitcoin triples, you can't make any more. If the price goes up by a factor of a million, you can't make any more. In engineering, there's something called conservation of energy. And the whole point of conservation of energy is energy can either be made or destroyed. There has to be conservation of it. The mathematical metaphor, the mathematical analogy to that is proper math. 10 plus 10 equals 20. 2 plus 2 equals 4. If 10 plus 10 ever starts equaling 18, you got a problem.
Yeah.
If you have a swimming pool with a leak, if I have an electric system with a short circuit, if I have a leak in my engineering system, nothing works. Nothing in the world of ocean engineering, aeronautical engineering, electrical engineering, nothing works unless you respect conservation of energy. The problem with inflation is inflation does not respect conservation of energy. I've got a leak in the system. I've designed a currency which is not conservative. So properly understood, if you said, I want a conservative money supply, a conservative money supply would be there's $10 billion in the economy and nobody prints anymore.
Right.
And that's the Austrian economic sound money principle. Bitcoin is a conservative monetary system. It's the first system that respects the laws of thermodynamics and the laws of physics and the laws of math, which means it is true and pure. It has integrity. If you have integrity, if you have something which is true and pure and you have durability, then you can build a family around it, a life around it, a company around it, or civilization around it. Steel is concentrated energy in metallic form. You ever walk in a steel plant and you look at the energy going into steel refining? Yeah. It's concentrated energy. The history of the human race is the civilization that channels energy most effectively always wins. Steel trumps iron. Iron trumps bronze. Bronze trumps rocks. Bows and arrows trump the guy with the spear. The guy with the spear beats the guy with the knife. It's always a matter. If you have air power, you beat land power. Sea power beats the army, and nuclear power trumps everybody. And so if I have steel, I have concentrated metallic energy, I can create a skyscraper punched up 100 stories in New York. How long will it last? 100 years. How long will a steel ship last? Longer than you will last, as long as it doesn't corrode. Wooden ships? Not so much. Wooden ships rot, right? You want to build a building and punch it up against gravity and hold it 100 years, you need concentrated energy. If you want to build a trust fund that'll last 100 years, how do you save $100,000 for 100 years and give it to your great-grandkids? You put it in the US dollar, you use 99% of your economic energy. You put it in gold, gold supply doubles every 30 years. The gold bankers keep inflating the gold. Maybe you lose 90% of your economic energy. But that would be a lucky happenstance because just about every country on earth seized the gold from their citizens in the last 100 years. Everybody, even the US, they take your gold.
Yeah.
So you want to save money for 100 years. You can't do it with the currency. You can't do it with gold. Which company is going to be around 100 years? You want to put $100,000 into real estate in Florida? Can you buy $100,000? Let's say you could. 2% tax, 4% maintenance fee, 4% of $100,000, $4,000 a year. Your money's not going to last 100 years. How do I preserve my property, which is economic energy, which is capital, which is money? How do I preserve that? I need something harder, more durable. I need a steel. I need an economic steel. Steel is concentrated metallic energy. Bitcoin is concentrated digital energy. It's energy in digital form. I eliminated the friction on energy. What's the half-life of energy? If I take a megawatt of power and I sell it at 12 cents a kilowatt hour, I have about $1 million. Okay, I'll give you $1 million of electricity. How long can you hold it in a battery? You lose 2% a month. You can't hold it very long. You're going to lose 24% depletion rate in a battery of electricity. How do you send $1 million of electricity from New York to Tokyo? You can't. You can send electricity 500 miles over a power line, you'll lose 6%. Send it 10 times, you'll lose 60%. It doesn't move. Convert that energy, that electricity, into digital energy, a la Bitcoin. You upgrade it. If you were to convert a megawatt of power via a Bitcoin miner into Bitcoin, you'd have about $5 million worth of Bitcoin. You can hold it forever. You can send it to Tokyo for a nickel. You can put it in a trust fund. Bitcoin's going up 170% a year for a decade. The S&P 500 index is going up 14% a year on average for a decade. Gold is flat. It's not going anywhere. It's getting demonetized. It's a dead rock in a basement. It's not fast enough. You can't put gold on an iPhone. Gold's getting depleted, inflated, and manipulated away by the bankers and the miners. So Bitcoin is simply pure economic energy. These engineers, Satoshi and all of Satoshi's compatriots, what they did is created an engineered monetary asset on an open, permissionless network that anybody could participate in. Any country, any company, any individual. You don't need a bank. You don't need to ask permission. It is the ultimate egalitarian.
Some shadowy, faceless group of supercoders and miners.
You think that we're all shadowy supercoders, fighting money laundering, that's your claim. But we know that our money's truly broken, and it's not open source software that's to blame. You think that privacy is for bad people, just like drug lords, oligarchs, rogue nations too. But if you actually gave a damn and listened, you'd learn things you never knew, Bitcoin is a public ledger, you silly fool. For code is speech and that is not a sin. Bitcoin nodes exist from shining seas to mountains. I think you know you are lying deep within. You can fight us all, but Bitcoin will win.
Not your keys, not your coins. Follow me on Twitter at the username loveisbitcoin21.
What else is there other than Bitcoin? What other mechanisms do we have? I mean, we need to internalize that democracy has failed. We will not vote our way out of this. There is absolutely no way. Civil protesting and peaceful protesting does have some usefulness, but as we have seen, the governments are willing to go all the way and crush us as individuals. And I think as a culture and society, people are just not willing to reciprocate in that respect. So that's not happening. So what other mechanisms do we have? We need to bankrupt them. We need to make sure that they cannot pay the enforcers, they cannot pay the bureaucrats. The only way we can remove their resources is by creating a Bitcoin standard, which they will not be able to live under. So the libertarian movement I think has failed. And if Bitcoin is not the answer, then please someone tell me what's the alternative. I think that we should be getting everybody that's involved in politics and trying to make a change, an incremental change, to switch to the Bitcoin mindset. And I'm very happy that with the trucker movement, I hope that we were able to send this message out to freedom fighters all over the world and tell them, guys, Bitcoin is the only way, it's the only mechanism that we have that's actually peaceful. So if you want to remain peaceful, then hop onto Bitcoin, because that's our only...
If only we had a song to describe these trying times.
Oh, the world outside seems frightful.
Yikes.
From COVID variants to inflation cycles.
Transitory.
Institutional trust is way down low.
I wonder why.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Money printer shows no signs of stopping. So I bought Bitcoin instead of going shopping.
Black Friday, am I right?
Oh, while the debt continues to grow.
Go back, Jetter.
Where money flows, no one knows, so it goes.
So it goes.
First they laugh, then they mock, now fight.
It's for criminals.
can't appreciate money's new form. But if you hold Bitcoin tight, saving becomes your new norm. Fiat currency is slowly dying.
Rest in pieces.
While politicians and old rich men are crying.
Some, but
they
not
just
all.
can't let the power go.
No, sir.
Enjoy the show, stack some sats, and watch them grow.
Sats? What are sats? I thought you said to buy Bitcoin.
Sats, aka Satoshis, are Bitcoin. Think of it like cents to the dollar, but instead of 100, there's 100 million.
So I can buy 2,000 sats for around $1? Seems like a bargain.
Now you're getting it.
So I can buy part of a Bitcoin.
That's right. Dollar cost averaging is surely the norm.
But what if it crashes tonight?
Then buy it on sale in the morn.
So Bitcoin dips are meant for buying.
But remember, leverage leaves many traders crying.
So I'll invest what I can spare and hold.
And now you know, the more let's go down the rabbit hole.
Keep hodling.
You gonna be much longer, son?
Nah, not much longer.
For the longest time, for the longest. If you said that Bitcoin was my life, I would tell you.
Show enough, show you right.
What else can I do? I'm so inspired by you, and I'm just holding for the longest time. Once I knew my stocks and bonds were gone, I knew Satoshi Nakamoto was the one to come and save me, encrypted money memory, and I'm just holding for the longest time. Hold for the longest time. Hold for the longest. Don't panic, the price will rise and fall. Ultimately, we're breaking through the wall. Sky's the limit, and I'm in it to win it. So I'm just holding for the longest time. They say this couldn't last very long, but I saw the light and knew you were wrong. Baby, I've been hoping too hard, but you seen the price, and it's just gonna grow more. March 11th, orphan blocks were slow. Doubters panicked and let their bitcoins go. I took my chances, took all the loan advances. Now I'm just holding for the longest time. Hold for the longest time. Hold for the longest time.
Jaw dropping loss of nearly 15%.
Funds nearly 70%.
Check out the nightmare.
Bitcoin down 25%.
Not if you have a low time preference.
The price is dropping low.
1 Bitcoin equals 1 Bitcoin.
According to all sources.
Fact check, wrong.
Bitcoin has got to go.
Yeah, to my cold storage. Not again. Broken freaking record. I've honestly lost count.
Just do your own research.
Where do I start? I have no clue.
Start with the white paper.
All right, I'll turn off the news and read a book or two.
Research every angle and let your realize that now each and every plea beyond has extra time to
Bitcoin.
No, Bitcoin's not dead.
Now climb aboard, y'all. This train is bound for glory. And there's plenty of room for all. Well, Satoshi Nakamoto, that's a name I love to say. And we don't know much about him, but he came to save the day. When he wrote about the way things are and the way things ought to be, he gave us all a protocol this world had never seen. Oh, Bitcoin, as you're going into the old blockchain. Oh, Bitcoin, I know you're going to reign, till everybody knows, till everybody knows your name. Down the road it will be told about the death of old Mt. Gox, about traders trading altar coins and miners mining blocks. But them good old boys back in Illinois and on down through Tennessee, see, they don't care to be a millionaire, they're just wanting to be free. Oh, Bitcoin, as you're going into the old blockchain. Oh, Bitcoin, I know you're going to reign, till everybody knows, till everybody knows your name. Of Parliament, while the bankers count our money out for every government. Oh, Bitcoin flies on through the skies of virtuality, a promise to deliver us from age-old tyranny. Oh, Bitcoin, as you're going into the old blockchain. Oh, Bitcoin, I know you're going to reign, till everybody knows, till everybody knows your name. Till everybody knows, till everybody knows your... Give me some exposure. Everybody knows your name. Sing it. Oh, Lord, pass me some more. Oh, Lord, before I have to go. Oh, Lord, pass me some more. Oh, Lord, before I have to go. Thank you, East Nashville. Y'all be good to each other out there, you hear?
The world is changed. You feel it in your wallet. You feel it on the internet. You smell it in the politics. Much that once was is lost, for none now live who remember it. It began with the ending of the gold standard. The US dollar was no longer convertible for gold and therefore was no longer constrained by it. Divorced from the work required to mine the hard asset gold, the US dollar became a pure fiat currency. No longer tied to the scarcity of the earth, the money became tied to the whims of men who above all else desire power.
Digitally.
And within the power of the printer was bound the threat of violence to govern many nations. The people were, all of them, deceived, for another financial instrument was made. In the land of excess, in the fires of inflation, the gerontocracy forged a new kind of currency to control all others. And into this currency they poured their desire for power and their will to surveil all life. One centralized currency to rule them all. But all was not lost. People from all sides began fighting for a decentralized, permissionless money called Bitcoin. Finally, money was discovered that did not require violence to enforce. Bitcoin is money controlled by no one and available to everyone. Like your time and your energy, Bitcoin is scarce. There will only ever be 21 million, and no government, banker, or billionaire can change the rules. The war on Bitcoin is coming, and the FUD will be strong. The separation of money and state will not come easy. Arm yourself with information and fight the FUD.
That's the standard.
watching power grow.
Up only.
Adding miners every day.
Bye, China.
Bankers surely know
They ain't dumb.
that Bitcoin's here to stay.
Sorry, Jamie.
They use oppressive fees.
Ouch.
To pay misconduct fines.
Cost of doing business.
While plebs just toil and work all day, not owning their own time. Bank cartels, COVID spells, Bitcoin saves the day. Oh, what fun, they love to lie just to keep all things their way. Hey, bank cartels, COVID spells, Bitcoin is the way. Stack some sats, put pride aside, just hold on DCA. A day or two ago,
Feels like centuries.
I looked at Bitcoin's price.
Yikes.
The fear level was high. What a wonderful time to buy.
Blood in the streets.
So I tried to transfer funds.
Only try?
Account froze until I answered why.
So suspicious.
Acting like you are the criminal while they commit the crimes. Bank cartels, COVID spells, Bitcoin saves the day. Oh, what fun, they love to lie just to keep all things their way. Hey, bank cartels, COVID spells, Bitcoin is the way. Stack some sats, put pride aside, just hold on DCA.
Now, let me get this straight. Bitcoin's a way to opt out.
You got it.
But aren't the banks too big to fail?
Well,
the government just bails them out.
Exactly. The Cantillon effect.
Or is it Cantillon?
Means banks get new money first.
Oh, sure.
And by the time it trickles down, the bubble's already burst. Bank cartels, COVID spells, Bitcoin saves the day. Oh, what fun! They love to lie just to keep all things their way. Bank cartels, COVID spells, Bitcoin is the way. Stack some sats, put pride aside, just hold on DCA.
Can you characterize everything that the Fed has done this past week as essentially flooding the system with money?
Yes, exactly.
And there's no end to your ability to do that?
There is no end to our ability to do that.
You want to tell me what this is all about?
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my account and realize there's nothing left. Cause bankers been printing and inflating so long that even my mama knows that my savings gone. But I ain't ever crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Banks treated them like punks, you know that's unheard of. You better watch out which currency you're holding, or you and your money might be lying in chalk. I really hate this shit, but I got no hope. As they prayed, I see my savings going up in smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of normie no savers wanna be like on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light. Been spending most our lives living in a bankster's paradise. Been spending most our lives living in a bankster's paradise. Kids spending most our lives living in a bankster's paradise. Kids spending most our lives living in the bankster's paradise. Look at the situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I've been fucked by Wall Street, so I gotta be down with the whole team. Peer-to-peer cryptocurrency got me chasing dreams. Now I'm an educated fool with Bitcoin on my mind. Got a treasure in my hand and a gleam in my eye. I'm a locked out Bitcoin set tripping hodler, and my patience is out, so don't arouse my anger. Fool, moon ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. Invest in Bitcoin, you a dyer. What can I say? Fiat's 49, now will it lift to C50? The way money's been printed, I don't know. Tell me why are we so blind to see that inflation wrecks our currency? Been spending most our lives living in a bankster's paradise. Been spending most our lives living in a bankster's paradise. Kids spending most our lives living in a bankster's paradise. Kids spending most our lives living in a bankster's paradise. Powell and a printer in his ivory tower, minute after minute, hour after hour. Everybody's rioting, but half of them ain't looking what's going on in Bitcoin. A revolution's brewing. Everyone's gotta learn, and Satoshi's here to teach thee. Banks trying to figure it out. Can they survive BTC? I guess they can't. I guess they won't. I guess they front. That's why I know the banks are out of luck, fool. Now we're spending most our lives living in a Bitcoin paradise. Now we're spending most our lives living in a stateless paradise. Kids spending most our lives living in a bankless paradise. Kids spending most our lives living in a Bitcoin paradise. Tell me, why are we so blind to see what's destroying the world is fiat currency? Tell me, why are we so blind to see that Bitcoin is here to save humanity?
I want everyone to please start learning about a new financial system. This system is called Bitcoin. It was created for this very purpose. So the elites do not have control of the financial system anymore. With Bitcoin, they cannot turn on the printing press and give our dollars to their friends for bailing them out because they weren't being responsible.
Bitcoin is our peaceful weapon of choice against central bank-driven time theft. Not on my watch. I'm not letting the central banks steal the time of my partners, my colleagues, and my clients. Absolutely not. Bitcoin is our peaceful weapon.
On the brink of financial ruin, central powers made the decision to conjure new money and give to their institutions, causing dilution at the expense of the population, breaking the trust we were forced to place upon them. Then a protocol surfaced, distributed immaculate. Its resistance to coercion prevents central governance, but with traction gaining came the problem of scaling. Large miners and exchanges pushed to make changes. With profits at risk, they demanded a quick fix, while compromising the entire protocol's resilience. This tested resistance took pressures from belligerent corporates who made the decision to implement a top-down solution against Constitution. Their approach was exclusion. Their downfall was ignorance. In parallel, a maverick grassroots campaign driven by users on public domain with their laser-like focus to ascertain an option solution within existing constraints and resilience maintained. Their stance did not wane until a breakthrough segment, a technically elegant, computationally efficient, compatible update. The consensus mechanism defended the system against central coercion, and in that moment, David defeated Goliath. Though scaling issues were resolved, Goliath now craved for more control. The allure of new protocols was too much to resist. They could now take control and suppress user dissent. A chance to enrich. Insiders entrench through governance system of state. The more they make, the more they stake and stay ahead of the game. This system, their fiefdom, they rule by decree. Changes by committee adds complexity. Now large entities run your queries. Their equity sold as a way to free society. Trapped by duplicity, trust is vulnerability. In time, centralizing creations kneel to incumbents, using regulation to restrict competition and gatekeep free markets. Big corporate, big government collude their way to feudalism, preserving the same caste structure, the same class system. Exploiting those whose energy spent on lost hope from hard work and good intentions. Stake makes political power society's greatest ambition. Meanwhile, energy cuts the tie between money and abstract power. If its creation costs us energy and hours, then money cannot be produced endlessly at the expense of the powerless. Value for value enables a world built on merit. Energy cements the protocol's resistance to corruption in code upholding the scarcest of assets, enabling us savings, which is the basis for building our world we are individually shaping in ways central planners can't even conceive. Only we meet our needs by free market techniques. The use of technology, the use of our energy is how our species progress to become a more civilized society. Our universe holds a constant amount of energy in existence. So, energy is never wasted, only the form of it changes. Flared gas, nuclear volcanic explosions, captured and converted into electrons, powering computations to secure and run our independent monetary system. A natural and competitive process, rewarding efficiency and progress, driving investment, enabling advancement in energy sourcing and nation independence, threatening current forms of governance. Deception is their last-ditch effort to keep victims working in an unfair system. But amongst the commotion, the signal heightens, slowly, steadily, steering more and more people to the most fundamentally significant humanitarian effort in history. Individuals, communities, countries joining forces to build, teach, train, leaderless but aligned by a grander vision arising from one protocol that empowers us to resist
the force of a centralized, politicized, destructive monetary system, leveraged as authority to diminish freedoms and livelihoods of peaceful people, to feed the power-hungry military-industrial complex, perpetuating the cycle of war and suffer, to profit stakeholders of that system by siphoning our energy until society collapses under the weight of their greed.
But now we have an alternative, a virtuous ecosystem built on the foundation of incorruptibility, forged by the robustness of energy and transparency of open source code, to defend our stored energy from the reach of central powers, enabling our wealth to flourish with certainty over time, liberating us to explore greater ambitions through the programmable state of energy and interoperability of our interactions. Value flows freely with finality from one another across the planet and beyond. Once we choose neutrality and truth as the pillars of value for our society, we reinstill hope and harmony in humanity and begin our journey towards an era of prosperity with Bitcoin.
America is once again at ideological war. After decades of post-war consensus, the great debate between capitalism and socialism has captured the public square. And no two men have more fervently fought this battle than socialist philosopher Karl Marx and classical liberal economist Ludwig von Mises. Marx versus Mises. Mises versus Marx. The march of history continues.
It's time for the ruling classes to tremble. I'm the people's hero, the MVP, M-A-R-X. Yeah, you know me. Let's go back to when men were free. We hunted and gathered communally, but get ready, cause here comes the twist. A villain appears, called a capitalist. He puts the proletariat, that's us, in chains, exploits our labor in pockets of gains. Through slick ads, he tricks lads and ladies in kind. Selling fake needs, he poisons our hearts and minds. He rots our soul through alienation, pursuing limitless accumulation. He works us into an early grave. Through debt steals back the money we save. Greed is the gospel, profit. The rich get richer through graft and fraud. The poor get poorer, but you don't care. Doesn't that sound lazy, unfair? 200 years I've been singing this song. Now my chorus is 99% strong. The revolution's here, it's time to repent. Your moment is over, your capital's spent.
This is history's lesson. You think he's right? Guess in. All we want is progression. We've had bourgeois oppression. So we look for the truth as we tighten our boots. Who's right, who's wrong? Left, right, left, now the march is on.
Guten Tag, Marx. Nice to meet ya. My name's Ludwig. Call me teacher. The master of markets, the Austrian boss. You don't like profits? Well, let's talk loss. The problem with your plan is nobody wins except Stalin, Pol Pot, Ho Chi Minh, Lenin, Mugabe. Remember Berlin? They
built a wall to keep their people in. Your theories have a rotten foundation, built on control, not cooperation. Centralized power completely corrupts. Real people suffer, violence erupts. Your system depends on the very same people you decry as greedy, bourgeois, and evil. If we're not fit to run our own lives, why would you expect our votes to be wise? If you really want to help people rise up, unleash the free market, live their lives up. It was capitalism, not a socialist plan. Saved billions in India, China, Japan. Everyone has a unique purpose and plan. No one solution can serve the whole land. Each individual has their own voice. The heart of my theory is freedom and choice.
This is history's lesson. The market's a blessing. Let's pursue our expression, living free from aggression. So we look for the truth, with the freedom to choose. Who's right, who's wrong, left, right, left, now the march is on.
Free marketeers love to play this game. Mao kills billions, Marx gets blamed. It's deceptive, dishonest, plain unfair. Did I drive the tanks at Tiananmen Square? Man, I'm a humanist. You can check my receipts, but you gotta break eggs if you wanna eat. Don't like violence? Admit defeat. Then I'll call this revolution complete. Till then, let's get a few things straight. I'm not shaping the future, I'm embracing our fate. My utopian forebears weren't that specific, but this analysis is highly scientific. Every social system has governing laws. Capitalism? Doomed because the system generated its own fatal flaws by uniting workers in a common cause. Thanks to you, we have all the wealth we need to seize control and eradicate greed. The people are rejecting your bourgeois lies. Real Marxism has never been tried. Equality is the core of my creed. From this one's ability to that one's need. Our healthcare, finance, and industry. Let's collectivize and set ourselves free.
Your standard refrain, oh, that's not the real thing. The most common verse all your followers sing. The closer we get to your ideal system, further we go down the road to surfer. The empirical record can't be denied. Your ideas don't work, but they just won't die. Attention! This is not breaking news. Jevons and Menger lit that fuse. Now here comes the bomb via Von Bonn. He blew up your system, exposed the core work. The heart of your theory is exploitation of surplus value. That's a bogus equation. You can't explain value by measuring the cost of labor. That theory of value is lost favor. Value is subjective by every measure. One man's trash is another man's treasure. There's no exploitation if two people arrange voluntary exchange. Man, that's not deranged. That bourgeois transaction you diss with a scarf creates benefit for both, so we're both better off. Here's the real problem, the crucial equation. Without private markets, there's no calculation to coordinate courses, allocate resources, incentivize choices because it lacks prices. What crop should I grow? Where should this factory go? Should I pick a J.O.? How would your planet ever know? Your theory is a bundle of confusion. Socialism got crushed by the marginal revolution.
This is history's lesson. All we want is progression. Let's pursue our expression, living free from aggression. So we look for the truth, we tighten the boots. Who's right, who's wrong, left, right, left, now the march is on.
All better off. Are you kidding me, Mises? My immiseration thesis tears you to pieces. Your economy grows, but not our wages. You call that progress? I think it's outrageous.
In 1820, everyone was poor until capitalism kicked down the door. Real wage growth, not stagnation, saved 80% of the world from starvation.
You kicked down the door, but you locked us out. That's what your free market is all about. Here's what you do. On your next shopping spree, pick up this book by my boy Tommy P.
The pie can get bigger, it's not zero sum. Free markets have lifted the lowest incomes. If you really want to help out the poorest nations, encourage peace, trade, and immigration.
The earth is boiling, and your solution is more production, more pollution, more cheap trinkets and bigger malls, more fossil fuels, more aerosol. For a problem this big, we need total control. A Green New Deal to save the North Pole. We can't gamble the future on anarchy. Greed's not a plan, it's insanity.
Your story's bombastic, your rhetoric's strong. There's only one problem, your theory's wrong. The wealthiest countries do the most to conserve. Have a habit you heard of the Kuznets curve? Only wealthy societies can afford to go green. If you want a better world, see the unseen. Even carbon will bend to creative destruction with entrepreneurship in the means of production.
history's lesson. The market's a blessing. All we want is progression. Living free from aggression. So we look for the truth. With the freedom to choose. Who's right, who's wrong? Left, right, left, now the march is on.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The long march of history will come to an end. Hegel was close, but to a priori. Once we break down my dialectical story. Proletariat, bourgeoisie, them versus us, you versus me. Slave, master, lord and serf. New class battles, same old turf. We have what we need to throw the chains off us. Organize the economy like the post office. The state takes over, but that's not the whole plan. Watch it wither away and leave socialist man. Our goal is true fairness, outcomes that are equal. Capitalism over. Here's a socialist sequel. Revolution's coming, prepare for the fight. Workers of the world, unite!
Nothing is determined. You're so fatalistic. A grand theory of history? Be realistic. Your failed predictions? A distraction. Here's some questions that guide human action. Where are we going? What's the right course? What will motivate us? Incentives or force? Here's what you miss from commanding height. Each person's gifts and individual rights. Across every continent, culture, and creed, people have flourished only when free to find passion, profit, charity, and love through the shake of a hand, not a boot from above. Socialism's record isn't hard to parse. First it was tragedy, now it's a farce. Let's unite people from every nation in peace, exchange, and cooperation.
The vast majority of people on Earth are still living in bondage to fiat money systems. Those who came before us set their sights on a great prize. That cryptocurrencies would become the foundation for a new and fair economic order, decentralized and outside the grasp of human corruption. And together we see the goal. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Because that goal will serve to organize the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept. One we are unwilling to postpone, and one we will.
Governments and central banks try to make fun of Bitcoin. It's just them taking advantage of people that don't know yet. Because unfortunately, not many people know yet. But we will be enough. Once we hit the billion Bitcoiners globally, the globe will have changed, man. We will eat them.
Welcome all of you to the city of Miami to Bitcoin 2021, the largest Bitcoin conference in the history of the planet.
By the way, this is why this conference is so incredible. You guys are in a moment in history. We're all in a moment in history in the center of this whole thing that's transforming the world into a digital world, and Bitcoin is in the center of it. It's incredible. Incredible.
It's a small step for Bitcoin and a giant leap for humanity.
We die on this hill. I will fucking die on this fucking hill.
Running your own node makes you a Bitcoiner.
You fix the money, you fix the world.
Bitcoin, a legal tender in El Salvador.
This is an actual revolution.
And if you're against Bitcoin, you're against freedom. Period.
We die on this hill. I will fucking die on this fucking hill. I will send to Congress a bill that will make Bitcoin a legal tender in El Salvador.
Bitcoin is hope for 8 billion people.
Sell all your bonds and buy Bitcoin. That's financial advice.
Bitcoin doesn't show any signs of dying or being wrong.
If I were not at Square or Twitter, I'd be working on Bitcoin.
Bitcoin fixes everything.
Because you're protecting freedom, you're protecting the Bill of Rights, you're protecting value.
So the fact that there's a central bank, a centralized institution that can print money the rest of us are forced to use, it means they're stealing our property and stealing our time. This is the problem in the world. This is the core that Bitcoin fixes.
The root problem, the big bad, is central banks debasing the money, and if we can fix that, we fix the money, we fix the world.
And we have cyber hornets that will fight on that hill and die on that hill and protect it.
I'm not selling you my Bitcoin.
Play the game or get the fuck out.
I will fucking die on this fucking hill. A legal tender in El Salvador.
This is huge.
Pandemics don't stop revolutions.
Join this revolution, join this movement. See you next year.
Yeah, I'm gonna ride my alts down to old time lows. I'm gonna buy till I can't no more. I'm gonna buy these alts cause they're oversold. I'm gonna buy till I can't no more. I got my altcoins by the bag, emotionally attached. Throw them on my back, got my ledger on my neck. Buying all these shit coins, you can keep your Bitcoin. I am broke as hell, but I will never sell. I'm never selling nothing. I'm not selling nothing. I'm never selling nothing. I'm not selling nothing. Up all night on finance, ask me for my financial advice, and if I'm nice, I'll tell you what to buy next. FOMO by the pump, panic sell the dump. I'll be holding bags cause I'm never missing my chance. I'm never selling nothing. I'm not selling nothing. I'm never selling nothing. I'm not selling nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna ride my alts down to old time lows. I'm gonna buy till I can't no more. I'm gonna buy these alts cause they're oversold. I'm gonna buy till I can't no more. Litecoin, Bitcoin, Zilliqa and Icon, V-Chain, Verge, I can buy them on my iPhone. Yeah, I gotta have it, gotta have all the low stats. Buy an old time high, to my surprise I never go back. No more FUD, we've been through all that. Everybody knows that the tether is backed. Wish we could pump back up to those old time highs. I wanna sell at the top this time. Gonna ride my alts down to old time lows. I'm gonna buy till I can't no more. I'm gonna buy these alts cause they're oversold. I'm gonna buy till I can't no more.
Hey, hey, hey! Do it!
聞いてください。月と仮想通貨と私、英語バージョン。
Easy to send them
You don't know Bitcoin yet? Hurry up, baby, come along. The market is so acceptable. Paper era is over. Digitally is possible. Hurry up, baby, come along. Don't forget to pay Save some tax and money for your sake. The tax time is always very good. Oops. Hashtag forget for myself. Full of mistake. Hashtag forget for myself. Go to the moon and back.
And I keep asking myself, technology is supposed to free our time. Why are we living in a world where we're corrupting money? And if we have corruption in the base layer of money, we have corruption everywhere. And so everybody's on this hamster wheel, working harder and harder and harder to try to keep up with this hamster wheel, and it's killing your time. And so for me, when I saw Bitcoin and everything else, and I think Bitcoin is actually the best potential for an easier transition. I care a lot that people get through this, because everything else, including all the other coins, will be centralized. And if you think it looks bad now, imagine going into the future with artificial intelligence, robotics, and centralized control of the state. There is no free market, and somebody can change their mind and remove your freedoms like that. If you want to grow up in that type of society, that's where this path takes us, and Bitcoin is exactly the opposite. So my...
think that it represents hope for some of those people that may not be seeing it the same way as you.
People can get worn down in the traditional system, and a lot of times when they come through that portal and their eyes open and they start to see the world differently, it kind of is inspirational.
And so these are cryptos. Are you having fun? You decided to hard up. The fun has just begun. And so now it's Christmas. And you thought this would be done. You thought this would rally, but the price has just sunk. But very many cryptos will make a happy new year. Let's hope it's a good one without any fear. And so these are cryptos, for weak and for strong. Some got rich and some got poorer. Some the money's just gone. But we are all cryptos. Coin cash or coin line. For big blocks or smaller. Let's stop all the fight. And very many cryptos will make a happy new year. Let's hope it's a good one without doubt or fear. And now it is Christmas. And what have we done? Another year older. The best have just begun. So be happy, cryptos. We hope you had fun. Let's start this year stronger with a nice big bull run. Very Merry Christmas. Very many cryptos. And a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Let's hope it's a good one. Good, but a good one without any fear. And so these are cryptos. The fun has just begun. You decided to hard up. So bring on a bull run.
If you like my channel, please hit the like button and be sure to subscribe. I also have a Patreon account and wanted to give a special shout out to all the awesome people there. And a huge thank you to the sponsors of the show for making these videos possible. Thanks so much for watching.
She used to just party, go all the way, get a little bit crazy.
If you go out and tell lies in mainstream traditional advertising, the FCC is looking out for you. Burger King can't come out with a Whopper and be like, this Whopper cures cancer. But a shitcoin can come out with anything they want and say that it does anything they want. And because you're used to living in a nerfed world where there are guardians who protect you from evil manipulators and liars, right? You're used to things that are being told to you in mainstream media being true or more or less true, right? And so you just go, oh yeah, well, if Burger King says it cures cancer, then it must cure cancer. I guess I'll eat a bunch of Whoppers, right? That's what you're doing. That's literally what you're doing when you're believing a shitcoin sales pitch. There's no one gonna step in and save you. You got to step in and save you. You know what I mean? That's it. Also, you gotta love yourself. You gotta love yourself. Like, really, like, buying shitcoins is nihilism. You're just going like, my life is shit. Everything around me is shit. I have no hope for the future. I'm gonna put $10,000 in this thing, and maybe it's gonna 1000x in the next 2 months. I don't care if it's an absolute piece of shit. I don't care if it does nothing for the world. I don't care if it's vaporware. What I want is I'm either gonna sleep in a tent or I'm gonna fucking buy a Lamborghini. That's what I'm gonna do. That's nihilism. That's fatalistic. Bitcoin is rational optimism. You're putting aside something for future you. You're saying, I have a future. I love myself. Things are going to be better for me. I'm going to have a fucking family. I'm going to claw my way out of this fucking morass I find myself in. That's a revolutionary action, to like actually love yourself and to actually do the right thing for yourself and put aside money for your fucking future. So hodling starts with self-love. All right. You got to love yourself. Shitcoiners are into Bitcoin too, man. They're just into your Bitcoin. They want your fucking
clean, and may all your Christmases be green. I'm dreaming of a green Christmas.
The old-time highs I used to know,
Where the TA is bullish and tummies are foolish, and no more scammy ICOs.
I'm dreaming of a green Christmas.
With every transaction I sign, make your coins be private and clean, and may all your Christmases be green.
If you like my channel, please hit the like button and be sure to subscribe. I also have a Patreon account and wanted to give a special shout out to all the awesome people there. And a huge thank you to the sponsors of the show for making these videos possible. Thanks so much for watching.
She used to just party, go all the way, get a little bit crazy.
The year is 2040 and governments no longer have the power to print money. The world has transitioned to a global digital currency built by the people for the people. You walk by an old poster from the monetary crisis in 2025 that led to the demise of the dollar. Today, governments are merely utility providers offering basic services to attract citizens who have the power to freely move across borders. Barriers disappeared and the world thrives under competitive healthcare and education systems. Your watch chimes, a notification from your friend in Kenya who has just released her new song. You instantly stream sets to listen. She returned the favor by pre-buying you a beer at the local pub via the Lightning Network. You hail a ride from a decentralized self-driving network as it takes you to your remote cabin. The satellite allows you to work anywhere in the world. As long as you have 24 words in your head, you can carry your wealth with you at all times. Wealth that continues to grow in purchasing power, freeing you from the 9-to-5 grind prevalent in the early 21st century. You collaborate on multiple passion projects peer-to-peer funded by other individuals. The future has never looked brighter and freer than in the world of hyper-Bitcoinization.
Like, the fact that if a lot of people want to create Bitcoin, it becomes more difficult is why the thing works. Have you lost your mind? Creating money cannot be free. And so, like, what do you mean it's just a stake in the network? So someone like BlackRock just buys stakes in the network? It's absolutely ridiculous. And then you also have to account for things like the laws of physics, which proof of work does. I mean, I think what Michael Saylor calls Bitcoin property and everything else not. I'm not going to comment on what the SEC should do or anything, but I think the real direct messaging there is your relationship with Bitcoin is not a liability, okay? Your relationship with Bitcoin is not a proxy to some foundation, some team, some corporate structure, some development decision. In fact, the founder of Bitcoin, he, she, or they might be dead. And it's working really well, Matt. That's what Saylor means when it's a property. There's no liability relationship. Like stable coins, there's a liability there. It doesn't mean stable coins are bad. Matt, I own a security. It's called strike stock. Securities aren't bad. Building liability relationships, like Tesla stock's not bad, but there's a liability there with Elon and the company and their roadmap and their cash balance, right? And so, like, proof of stake, your relationship with that asset's a liability. A stable coin, your relationship with that's a liability. In theory, what you want is a monetary asset where there are no liability relationships. That's the whole point of the thing. That's what proof of work solved that. It was like an amazing innovation. proof of stake, if proof of work is like, we finally got an airplane to fly, so this is a quote of a friend of mine, proof of stake is like, we know how to make it cheaper, faster, and less carbon efficient just by not flying. It's like, well, like, that's not like a competitor. That's just a totally different product. So, sorry, I got a little animated. That's
good. But we're on internationally broadcast television.
Sorry.
Let's watch the language.
Bitcoin, real game, no gimmicks.
Two internet trolls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Two internet trolls go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside.
Guess who's back, back again. Zapfi's back, tell a friend. Guess who's back, Bitcoin's back. Guess who's back, Zapfi's back. Guess who's back, guess who's back, guess who's back.
They created a monster, cause nobody wants to see dollars no more. They want bitcoins, I'm trying to tell ya. Well, if you want some coins, this is what I'll give you. A little bit of weed right from some road vendors. The markets have just started a launch right among odds. Quicker than down tongues, drops and flops. So just watch while this Bitcoin keeps oscillating. We just watched 34 hit without delay. You waited this long, so stop your hating. Cause it's back, Bitcoin is back and ovulating. I know that you're getting scared, Miss Cheney, but the central bank's just too complicating. So the FEDs won't let me be. They try to take away my anonymity. Are you kidding me? You never shut it down, this is P2P. And you never capitalize on my hard-earned money. So don't even trip, I'm sure it'll dip. Fuck that, bitch, you just missed historical shit. So get ready, this revolution's about to get heavy. I just traded all my whack cash, fuck you, pay me.
Bitcoin's all I want and need, so everybody just follow me. All we needed was a little controversy. Bitcoin P2P currency. Bitcoin's all I want and need, so everybody just follow me. All we needed was a little controversy. Bitcoin P2P currency.
Want to give a shout out to Reddit.com, now accepting Bitcoins for Reddit Gold. Want to give a shout out to WordPress.com, now accepting Bitcoins. Pizza for coins. Good job, buddy.
Did you just get Zaltong?
This is the privacy blues. Don't want no bugs in my boots. Really didn't wanna shoot, really wasn't in the mood, but you've decided to intrude. This is the privacy blues. Don't want no bugs in my boots. Really didn't wanna shoot, really wasn't in the mood, but you've decided to intrude. You don't want to know my human right is the right to be left alone. I control my own body, so it's my body that I own. Oh, and it's where I store my labor, in my mind, in my temple, in my home. And get your nose out of my stuff, man, cause I don't want no shit. And get a real job, man, instead of looting as you see fit. If you produce something of value, and people are gonna pay you voluntarily. This is the privacy blues. Don't want no bugs in my boots. Really didn't want to shoot, really wasn't in the mood, but it's the privacy blues. BGP, Bitcoin, coin, join, guns, ammo, bisc tour. They're protecting families, everything's worth living for. Come and tax these 24 words in my head, I dare you, motherfucker. Fuck KYC, fuck AML, fuck TSA. Fuck the feds, the SEC, the FBI and CIA. Fuck. In my boots. Really didn't want to shoot, but it's the prophecy blue. This is the prophecy, girl, prophecy, the one who was in my room. I really didn't want to shoot, I really wasn't in the mood, but you decided to intrude.
Bitcoin fixes this.
There are some who for Bitcoin have nothing but hate, who refuse to engage in an honest debate. You may call them no-coiners or cantillionaires. To abuse and enrage them, you simply declare, have fun staying poor, have fun staying poor, while we drink up some more of your no-coiner tears. When they say folks use Bitcoin to buy sex or drugs, and the terrorists treasure it for paying their thugs, oh, the currency's dirty, it's just used for crime. You can laugh in their face while you sing 'em this rhyme. Have fun staying poor, have fun staying poor, while we drink up some more of your no-coiner tears. When they're wailing that Bitcoin's transactions are slow, or it needs bigger blocks so adoption will grow, well, it's clear that their forks are pathetic and flawed. And now everyone knows that Craig Wright is a fraud. Have fun staying poor, have fun staying poor, while we drink up some more of your no-coiner tears. When they say that it's boiling the oceans and seas and could power an entire country or three, or they're wailing, how dare you, we're all gonna die. You can spew out more carbon dioxide to cry. Have fun staying poor, have fun staying poor, while we drink up some more of your no-coiner tears. There are shift-for-brains people who like buying gold, say that money is something you touch and you hold, and the intrinsic value of Bitcoin's a joke. You can sing this refrain while you watch 'em go broke. Have fun staying poor, have fun staying poor, while we drink up some more of your no-coiner tears. Oh, the government never will let it succeed, say the sycophant statists with their MMT creed, as they steal all your savings with gluttonous glee. You can sing 'em this song while they're bending the knee. Have fun staying poor, have fun staying poor, while we drink up some more of your no-coiner tears.
How about those guys you were gonna line up? I got them. Two of the best. How much did you tell them? Nothing. Just that it's big. Good. to do.
Crypto's a real life, fiat is fantasy, transactions verified, no shady banker activity, open source lines, all decentralized to see. I'm just a poor chase that will all change, you see. Cause bull markets come, bull markets go, hodl high, hodl low. Anywhere the price goes doesn't really matter, you see. You will see. Stick with the plan. Don't let the fun inside your head, even though the market's red. Harder. This technology has just begun. If you sell now, you will throw it all away. The dips will make you cry, but the price will come right back this time tomorrow. Hodl on, 'cause the price now doesn't matter. It's not too late, but Litecoin's price will run. When it triggers, it will fly. It's gonna reach new all-time highs. Goodbye, fiat money. I've got cryptos. There's no need for all the banks to steal from you. Crypto, fiat system's gonna die. And it's your chance to go out and buy some I see Satoshi Nakamoto's brilliant plan. Where's the proof? Where's the proof? Is he even a real man? No. Markets are all crashing. Trolls are really bashing me. Fibonacci, 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 no more. The volume's low. I'm just a poor boy, no cryptocurrency. He's just a poor boy, bitten by the tipsy. Now he will pay for his complacency. Spreading FUD banks know it keeps the markets low. The Rothschilds know we will not let you go. Let me go. The Rothschilds, we will not let you go. Let me go. The
Charlie Lee. Oh, Charlie Lee, just let us know when will Litecoin blast off and be on its way to the moon, to the moon, to the moon.
Put your Bitcoin in cold storage. Brr. And right now, you know, the price is about 33,000. So you've more than doubled your investment. And most likely by the end of the year, we're probably going to be in some kind of bubble, I imagine. So the return will be even higher. And you've said that you didn't buy the Bitcoin to sell it. But would MicroStrategy ever take some off the table when you sense the market is at a top and then just buy in later when there's another correction? Or do you just plan to hodl through all the cycles, you know, and weather those, you know, whatever 80% downturns when the crypto markets are in a bear market?
Yeah, again, I just disagree with your characterization. I don't expect an 80% downturn. I don't think it's a speculative asset, and I don't think you can quote unquote take money off the table. You know, you're speaking like a crypto trader right now, right? Like, yeah, I mean, maybe you're doing it just to represent their interest, but I don't see the world that way. I think that Bitcoin is sound money. It's the technically superior asset class compared to the dollar, the euro, the peso, the bolivar, compared to a stock index, compared to gold, compared to silver, compared to everything you can conceivably buy. It is technically, thermodynamically superior as an asset. So when you say things like that to me, and maybe you just do it just to see what I'll say back, I just imagine you preaching to me in Argentina while you're asking me if I'm going to sell the dollars and buy pesos back again as the peso sleeps from 20 to the dollar to 40 to the dollar to 80 to the dollar. Or if we're in, you know, Venezuela. I mean, you think a Venezuelan company is going to, like, quote unquote, take some money off the table by selling their U.S. stocks and their U.S. dollars to buy back into local currencies? Or then, you know, in Zimbabwe, you think they would take money off the table, right? Like, the point is, if you have the superior asset, it's going up forever, Laura.
Now climb aboard, y'all. This train is bound for glory. And there's plenty of room for all. Well, Satoshi Nakamoto, that's a name I love to say. And we don't know much about him, but he came to save the day. When he wrote about the way things are and the way things ought to be, he gave us all a protocol this world had never seen. Oh, Bitcoin, as you're going into the old blockchain. Oh, Bitcoin, I know you're going to reign, everybody knows till everybody knows your name. Down the road it will be told about the death of old Mount Gox, about traders trading altar coins and miners mining blocks. But them good old boys back in Illinois and on down through Tennessee, see, they don't care to be a millionaire, they're just wanting to be free. Oh, Bitcoin, as you're going into the old blockchain. Oh, Bitcoin, I know you're going to reign, till everybody knows, till everybody knows your name. Of Parliament, while the bankers count our money out for every government. Oh, Bitcoin flies on through the skies of virtuality, a promise to deliver us from age-old tyranny. Oh, Bitcoin, as you're going into the old blockchain. Oh, Bitcoin, I know you're going to reign, till everybody knows, till everybody knows your name. Till everybody knows, till everybody knows your. Give me some exposure. Everybody knows your name. Sing it. Oh Lord, pass me some more. Oh Lord, before I have to go. Oh Lord, pass me some more. Oh Lord, before I have to go.
You could wake
when somebody says, I believe in blockchain, but I'm not interested in Bitcoin, I think they're basically saying, I don't understand blockchain. I don't understand blockchain, but I've heard enough to think that I can sound cool by dismissing Bitcoin and praising blockchain, because I've heard a lot of other people say that. It's kind of just repeating a cliche. So why does blockchain not work without Bitcoin? Or rather, why do blockchains not work without an intrinsic valuable asset that is the basis for a game theoretical model of security? And the reason is simple. A blockchain as a structure, a data structure, is a fairly inefficient data structure. And the reason we use a blockchain is to achieve decentralization. In order to achieve decentralization, you have to be able to validate transactions without giving anyone the power of veto or the power to control the network. You have to decentralize the process of validation. And the best mechanism we found so far for decentralizing the process of validation is by having a consensus algorithm that depends on competition, whether that's proof of work or proof of stake or something like that. In order to have competition, you need risk and reward. And in order to have a reward that's meaningful, you need an intrinsic token. You need something of value that people are trying to get, which keeps them playing fair. If you don't have something of value, then you don't have a basis for that competition. Without a basis for that competition, you don't have security. Without security, you have to control validation centrally, and without decentralization, there's no point to doing a blockchain. You might as well use a replicated database. It's going to be far, far more efficient. The purpose of blockchain technology and a consensus algorithm is to decentralize control, to provide censorship resistance, neutrality, and a global open platform. And in order to do those things, you need some mechanism to decentralize validation.
Give me an example of something you can own $100 million of, where you can take personal custody of it and where you can actually move it anywhere on earth, and where even if I hold a gun to your head, I can't take it from you. And the only thing we've ever figured out that you can do that with is Bitcoin. And so Bitcoin is like, it keeps everybody honest. The optionality to do this means that all you got to do is find one bank in Singapore that'll treat you better than the bank in New York or London or Tokyo. And then you can move it in a half an hour for $5. And what happens next? The bank in New York thinks, well, I guess we can't screw these guys over, because they'll just move it to Singapore. And the guys in California say, well, I can't just tax all the Bitcoin in California. It'll move to Wyoming. It'll move to Singapore. It'll move to Malta. And at the end of the day, you can tell everybody to go fuck themselves. You can put it in your head, memorize the freaking key, right? And it's here. And then, the classic Bitcoiner response is, oh, yeah, my Bitcoin, I lost it in a boating accident. You ever heard that phrase? It's kind of a trope, but what it means is, at the end of the day, if you push me too far, I lost it. It's gone. Sorry.
I took this orange pill, looking through an orange lens, tripping down a rabbit hole. Now I think I'm born again. Mind's changed, my time frame measured in blocks. And as this heartbeat, the time chain, the ticks and the talks. Through the monetary history, Satoshi won the victory. Only thing remaining is that timing is the mystery. And as I opt out of this fake fiat misery, I look within and I reflect.
Ask yourself, where is mine? 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 With your feet on the air, head on the ground, try this trick and spin it, yeah. And your head will collapse, 'cause there's nothing, and you ask yourself,
and now if we're suggesting that a form of property has entered the picture that is so, different from any previous form of property, such that it doesn't require any of those things that literally became predicates for civilization, well, what kind of civilization, what kind of impact on civilization does that have? And that's what we're trying to figure out.
Ask yourself, where is mine? 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 Where is mine?
When you get into Bitcoin, you have to be prepared for billionaire status or homelessness. Like you'll be sleeping on a beach, but you don't know in a mansion or in a sleeping bag. That's just the journey, baby. And you don't know how your reputation is going to be upheld, whether you're going to be seen as a visionary genius.
Come on, huddlers, gather around. There's a new sheriff in town. The banks are on the run from BTC. So hide your children, hide your wives. Wall Street crews catching knives. Everyone wants a piece, including me. Well, there are those who've come around, try to take the whole thing down, controlling what Satoshi gave for free. So ask your questions, tell your lies, and throw it on an open diamond. Cross whatever border that you please. And the lightning flashed before my eyes, fell down the rabbit hole and saw through the disguises. I saw the banks, then the banks saw me. This is a game of sovereignty. Gift from Satoshi. Stack your bags, crack a beer. We're entering a new frontier with something that the institutions hate. The governments, they can't do shit. Big bad banks are sick of it. There's nothing they can do to regulate. Cause it's peer-to-peer, decentralized through proof of work. They cannot lie, finite supply that they cannot inflate. So come on down and bring your friends. Throw all your garbage fiat in and get some before it is too late. Safe, don't keep them on a big exchange or you'll get gotch like 2014. You can trust but verify, don't show those keys to prying eyes or you will learn exactly what I mean. You will get wrecked from hackers here, hackers there, hackers hack from everywhere, so you should beef up your security. Freeze that wallet, keep it cold, and don't forget what you've been told. We'll party till the next happening. In the light flashed before my eyes, fell down the rabbit hole inside the disguise. Yeah, I saw the banks, then the banks saw me. This is a game of sovereignty. This is a gift from Satoshi.
On the first step to serfdom, the state said to me, it's all for your safety. On the second step to serfdom, the state said to me, just 2 more shots and it's all for your safety. On the third step to serfdom, the state said to me, inflation's transitory, just 2 more shots and it's all for your step to serfdom, the state said to me.
Time for the CBDC.
Bail out the banks, inflation's transitory, just 2 more shots, and it's all for your safety. On the 6th step to serfdom, the state said to me. Bitcoin burns the planet.
Time for the CBDC.
Bail out the banks, inflation's transitory, just 2 more shots, and it's all for your safety. On the 7th step to serfdom, the state said to me.
We control your body.
Bitcoin burns the planet.
Time for the CBDC.
Bail out the banks, inflation's transitory, just 2 more shots, and it's all for your safety. On the 8th step to serfdom, the state said to me. Smile, you're on camera.
We control your body.
Bitcoin burns the planet.
Time for the CBDC.
Bail out the banks, inflation's transitory, just 2 more shots, and it's all for your safety. On the 9th step to serfdom, the state said to me.
Free speech is scary.
Smile, you're on camera.
We control your body.
Bitcoin burns the planet.
Time for the CBDC.
Bail out the banks, inflation's transitory, just 2 more shots, and it's all for your safety. On the 10th step to serfdom, the state said to me. Debt doesn't matter.
Free speech is scary.
Smile, you're on camera.
We control your body.
Bitcoin burns the planet.
Time for the CBDC.
Bail out the banks, inflation's transitory, just 2 more shots, and it's all for your safety. On the 11th step to serfdom, the state said to me.
Choose red or blue.
Debt doesn't matter.
Free speech is scary.
Smile, you're on camera.
We control your body.
Bitcoin burns the planet.
Time for the CBDC.
Bail out the banks, inflation's transitory, just 2 more shots, and it's all for your safety. On the 12th step to serfdom, the state said to me. Let's go to war.
Choose red or blue.
Debt doesn't matter.
Free speech is scary.
Smile, you're on camera.
We control your body.
Bitcoin burns the planet.
Time for the CBDC.
Bail out the banks, inflation's transitory, just 2 more shots, and it's all for your safety.
During the winter season, the average normie hibernates, and Bitcoin is essentially non-existent. But there remains a dedicated class we call the humble sat stacker.
Stay humble and we'll stack them sets. We'll stack them. So turn up the pressure and we'll turn up the hash. Turn up. Stay humble and we'll stack them sets. We'll stack them. So turn up the pressure and we'll turn up the hash. Turn up. Bitch me humble. Shit,
seconds, a few sets, transact your way to self-sovereign. Download a wallet and create a lightning invoice. Bearer as a teleporter through a tap on your phone. It starts with a secret, you must know how to keep it. These seed words are for your eyes. Only many types of wallets, but you know I like it hard to securely store the keys to my heart. Protect and it, gap it, put it in cold storage. And last but not least, DM me your seed.
Big seed coming from my stack. Paranoid, I feel my head. Fuck, I better watch my back. Surveil data leaks and hack. Companies can track. Governments can tap. She a federal, it's a federal attack.
More scams, more lies. Don't trust, verify. That my money is all mine. The fucking owner sky high.
Everybody knows policy ain't free. I run a notice, shield out here. On that stack, hey, watch it free.
Man, why does everyone want my seat?
You check his open source code. Too much in UTX, so.
That's a malicious no.
Cross move like knocking bones, too.
A single point of failure where attackers really gunning for. Decentralized efforts with multi-sig up to 3 or more. Scrutinize for that cascades of possible attack victims. Monetary freedom means protecting what's already yours.
A note is a vote to defend your own set.
Big blockers come knocking and we knock them right back. Can't shut us down cause we run the full stack.
It's the wild, wild west, you better watch your back. Come on.
This is an era of self-sovereignty. Take ownership, take responsibility. You got this, man, you got this.
Laser eyes till fiat dies.
It comes down to time preference, basically, right? Shitcoiners just have a totally different time preference than Bitcoiners do. Bitcoiners are thinking about this in 5, 10, 20-year time scales. Shitcoiners are thinking about this in 5, 10, 20-day time scales. So you're not going to be able to talk to somebody who's got a 20-day framework in their head when you have a 20-year framework in your head. It just, the two things, they don't, it's like...
Hey there. Bitcoin women need underwear that will never fail them. We offer you high-quality lingerie that gives maximum daily comfort and provide the softness that your skin desires. Made from Italian fabric, designed in Montreal. You deserve the best. No more fiat panties. Introducing the Genesis line. Get yours from a selection of bras, panties, or combo packs. Buy panties for Bitcoin now. Pay with Bitcoin and get 10% off on your order. Visit pantiesforbitcoin.com.
QB said and done. All your fiat inflate to beyond the sun. But no more because now there's a better one. And its properties perform better than all the rest of them. It's mathematical. No more double spend. It's encryptable. Put your cash in your brain or it's wearable. A new form of wealth begins. And I want you to know
fashion for rich folks, that's how miners rule. And the blockchain goes on and on.
Toshi got this program peggy, saw the private double spins, proof of work with all the hash, making us some digital cash. Miners stack this save our spin, share their answers with their friends. Silicon rings, red chains and blocks, while kids carry frame and throwing rocks. Soya fools shorting Toshi, folks is stated with their glasses rosy. When the world finds out we can't play, you'll join this party fashionably late.
I love to earn my digital gravy. I love to spend my Bitcoin minty. I love Satoshi Bitcoin, baby. Green words keep coming up, Bitcoin. I love Bitcoin, Bitcoin shaving. So I love you, Bitcoin, baby. I love Satoshi Bitcoin, baby. Music's hashing to the beat, 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 beat.
You have consensus that's built into the Bitcoin protocol applied to society at large and countries in the world. That's where we're headed. So it means just a completely different world. Yeah, that was something that took 100,000 years to figure out. And here we are in 2021. And we're about to plant our flag on monetization of the global unconscious on the base layer of love with Bitcoin. That's a completely unexplored area. We know, as a human species, we're all one, but we act as if we're different and we're always in contention. Okay, put the perfect consensus protocol into the societal mix of humans and see what happens. And I think we're going to see war and violence weeded out of the situation. We're heading to a very loving and peaceful future. That's where we're headed, and within 10 years potentially. So all the prophets from all the ages, going back 1,000 years, who spoke about potential in these terms, they weren't wrong.
Satoshi baby, slip a crypto under a tree for me. Been an awfully good girl, Satoshi baby, and send me a green candle tonight. Satoshi baby, a 2018 Lambo 2, light blue. I'll wait up for you, dear Satoshi baby, and bring me a green candle tonight. Oh, think of all the fight I've missed. Think of all the OGs that I haven't kissed. Next year I could be also good if you check off my Christmas list. Satoshi baby, a bull run too and make it big for me. I've been an angel all year, Satoshi baby, so give me a green candle tonight. Satoshi honey, one thing that I really do need, the deed to a Bitcoiner mine, Satoshi baby, and bring me a green candle tonight. Satoshi cutie, fill my bags, here's a smart contract on a Dex. Sign your X on the line, Satoshi cutie, and bring me a green candle tonight. Oh, come and trim my Merkle terrain with profits out of reach of the SEC. I really do believe in you. Let's see if you believe in me. Satoshi baby, forgot to mention one little thing, private key. And I don't mean for the door, Satoshi baby, and send me a green candle tonight. Send me a green candle tonight. Hurry tonight.
What he thought of Bitcoin, and he said rat poison. Back then it was about $100+ per Bitcoin. Today it's 9,000. Is it still rat poison?
Well, it's probably rat poison squared. First, Bitcoin is going to zero. Zero. When it comes out, zero.
I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets.
In the nighttime, when the world is at its rest, you will find me in the place I know the best. Dancing, shouting, flying to the moon. Don't have to worry, 'cause I'll be come back soon. And we build a castle in the skies and in the sand. Design a whole world, ain't nobody understand. I found myself alive in the palm of your hand. As long as we are flying, all this world ain't got no end.
everything that the Fed has done this past week as essentially flooding the system with money.
Yes, exactly.
And there's no end to your ability to do that.
There's no end to our ability to do that.
Simply flooded the system with money.
Yes, we did. That's another way to think about it. We did.
Where does it come from? Do you just print it?
We print it digitally. So we as a central bank, we have the ability to create money.
That's what it is. I think it's a security truth machine. Okay, well, Amazon, that's worth $1 trillion. It sells stuff on the internet. But is that as valuable as a new invention for humanity?
My primary motivation for Bitcoin, which I've made into a slogan, is the other 6.5 billion. That's why Bitcoin is important to me. It's because of the 7.5 billion people on this planet, only 1 billion people have access to banking facilities, banking services, credit, checking capabilities, or any ability to send and receive money internationally. That's not by accident, and it's not because they don't have money, and it's not because they don't have productive capacity. It's because of politics and infrastructure. And my reason for being interested in Bitcoin is because I think Bitcoin can change that. Because simply with the introduction of not even a very smart smartphone, you can introduce banking services throughout the world. And you don't even need connectivity with 24-hour electricity to do so.
Where did this thing come from? How did you build, in 4 years, the fastest hashing supercomputer on the planet, completely without anyone noticing? I mean, honestly, most of the world, you think outside of this room, how many people on the MIT campus know that the fastest supercomputer in the world, if you allow for hashing, is the Bitcoin network? And it's not just fast, it's thousands of times faster than all of the top supercomputers put together.
Bloomberg Economic finding a 100% probability of a recession within the next 12
Right now,
months.
we see level 4 mutations like BF7 spreading.
Russia hitting Ukraine's infrastructure with massive strikes across the country.
China has decided to seize Taiwan on a much faster timeline.
Slow down, you crazy child. We've all been anxious for quite a while. A couple wars might start while Europe's going dark. What's the play? What's the fire we should worry about? They buy our eyeballs and our clicks and then they burn us out. It's hard to tell what's true and only hate seems to grow every day. But you know that when the lies get old, that we can think for ourselves instead of just getting told what to eat by while losing privacy through and through. Ooh, when will you realize Big Brother waits for you? Slow down, open your mind. There ain't no red or blue, it's state versus you, and now is the time to say no to CBDCs that can fund anything that they like.
Where are they traveling?
They like.
How are they traveling? What are they eating?
Sounds bad, but it's the life we lead. They use our dollars in wars while we can't get what we need. Part of you feels something wrong, and the funny thing is that you're right. You're right. The system's broken, the money's a lie. How can you call it life when you're just forced to work till you die? Save on, but don't imagine it'll hold value. Ooh, maybe you'll realize Bitcoin waits for you.
We all shared a view about this tenuous fragility of the system.
The government implicitly says if everything goes wrong, we'll foot the bill.
Central institutions are failing.
People have trusted us enough to issue its debt in our currency.
Every once in a while, a revolutionary product comes along that changes everything.
If you explore how the existing monetary system works on a global level, it's a Rube Goldberg machine of just madness under the surface, and how the bottlenecks develop are really severe. And that really kind of shows up the most in emerging markets.
There are 6 billion people around the world that are living in places that don't have access to good financial services. Hyperinflation. They don't have the privileges that people in places with good financial systems do.
So all the money that my dad saved for me to basically go to college overnight is worth 50% less.
In Cuba, Nigeria, China, Pakistan, Venezuela, Russia, Turkey, Argentina, Palestine, Zimbabwe, and elsewhere, Bitcoin is catching on and helping people escape tyranny and currency collapse.
Our leaders are afraid. We're hard-headed, we're not easily deceived by propaganda, and we stand up to our oppressors. Corruption, tyranny, abuse of power do not go on a break.
In these places, individuals are dealing with sanctions or embargoes placed on them because of the misdeeds of their corrupt rulers.
I feel like today, people like myself, we have actually the means and the power to fight. And there has never been a time in the world actually like that until Bitcoin came in 2008. Everything is possible because money is everything.
There's a guy named Chimbera, and I said, you know, my grandfather was a fisherman, and my dad was a fisherman, and I thought I was going to be a fisherman. I'm not like you. You got a Chase bank account, you get a debit card. I fish, nothing more, nothing less. Until Bitcoin, man, like, I got hope. I scan the same QR codes you do. When Bitcoin goes up 10%, Michael Saylor makes a lot of money. So do I. So do I. Chimbera's never had a bank account, but he's got a Bitcoin wallet. Chimbera's never had a savings account, but he's got a hardware wallet.
Staying connected to the streets is number one. Meeting real people. Peer-to-peer electronic cash. That means human to human. That's what this is all about. And that's all we'll understand. Who we're actually.
See, the great trouble is the money wasn't allowed to develop further. After 200 or 300 years of coins, all governments put their hands and stopped any further developments. We were not allowed to experiment on it. Money hasn't been improved. Money has rather become worse in the course of time. Government said it must not develop any further. And what we have had since in development were matters of government inventions, mostly wrong, mostly abuses of money. And I have come to the position of asking, has monetary policy ever done any good? I don't think it has. I think it has done only harm. And that's why I am now pleading for what I've called denationalization of money. I don't believe that we shall ever have a good money again before we take the thing out of the hands of government. And we can't take them violently out of the hands of government. All we can do is, by some sly roundabout way, introduce something they can't stop.
Once you sync up with the network, the only moves you can make are honest ones. For in this realm, the map and the territory are one. As uncertainty grows unabated in the legacy world, a system that permits only truthful action has seemed to ascend into prominence. And as the old saying goes, this shall happen gradually and then suddenly. synced up to the network, and they begin validating.
Cyberspace is a metaphorical idea, which is supposed to be the space where your consciousness is located.
Bitcoin. What's the second best? There is no second best. There's no second best crypto asset. It isn't slightly different. Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Right? Bitcoin's a bank in cyberspace. Everybody. And that's the only strategy. And at the end of the day, you can tell everybody to go fuck themselves. You can put it in your head, memorize the freaking key, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, my Bitcoin, I lost it in a boating accident. If you push me too far, I lost it, it's gone, sorry. This entire idea of like 60% dominance is bullshit, ridiculous, stupid, right? Like, it's stupid. The point is, if you have the superior asset, it's going up forever, Laura. Forever.
Right,
Incredible, large, heckloads of money. You definitely have to think long and hard. Speed of sound, speed of light. I really want the best. I don't want the average. Frightening, horrifyingly, terrifyingly entertaining, right? You're getting metaphysical on me. How about like 1,000 freaking years? It doesn't matter. Maybe. Oh my God, good discipline. What is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is the first engineered monetary system in the history of the human race. Full stop. Just keep in mind, the basis of securities laws are biblical. Look, I think Bitcoin's a bank in cyberspace. It's, and your choices are you save your money in a traditional, conventional fiat bank, and you're going to watch your purchasing power dwindle down over the next decade to the point where it'll buy nothing. Or you can gamble in the stock market that's maybe rigged against you. If it's not rigged against you, then you'll be buying companies that are generating cash flows in fiat currency that is collapsing in value. So even if you think you've avoided the problem of currency weakening, of storing your money in a bank, you haven't really, because if you're buying real estate, bonds, or stocks that also generate fiat currency, and that currency is collapsing in value, you've got the same problem. Now you have a fiat derivative. Or you can save your monetary energy, save your purchasing power and your wealth in Bitcoin, which is not a fiat derivative, that is not collapsing in value, that is going to appreciate against all these other currencies as they collapse in value. And you don't have to gamble on whether or not Apple will ship a good iPhone 14 or, the next generation of this product or that product or this service, or what that government will do to this company and what that CEO will do. All very complicated, anxiety inducing. Bitcoin is a simple thing, right? You're buying into a thermodynamically sound engineered monetary network, the first workable monetary network in the history of the world, or first digital monetary network in the history of the world. It's a gift. Once in 1,000 years, do you actually see the invention of a fundamentally new thing? This is our once in 1,000 year opportunity. You get to buy into it early. Seems like a no-brainer.
It's like people think you can ignore it or avoid it, or I don't want to hear about it, but it's like, if you prefer wealth to poverty, and if you depend on the marketplace for wealth, which is the only generator of wealth, then you have to pay attention to Bitcoin because it's monetizing.
Hey, everybody. My name is Carlos Matos, and I am coming from New York City, New York. Let me tell you guys that I am so excited. I am so happy. I am really so thrilled to be right now sharing this amazing, glorious, super, and exciting moment of my life with all of you guys. And let me tell you that we are really changing the world as we know it. The world is not anymore the way it used to be. No. real. No. That's a scam. We are coming, and we are coming in waves. We are starting, and we are going to actually go all over the world. My wife still doesn't believe in me. What am I gonna do? We are coming in waves. What? Hey, hey. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone from around the world. This is Carlos Matos broadcasting live directly from the Bronx, New York, USA. What's up?
But I think a much more reliable source of optimism is the growth of the internet. In your area, the major effect of the internet will be to make it harder for government to collect taxes. Governments can collect taxes best on things that don't move. Land is an ideal basis of taxation because you can't take it away. Yep. Individual states cannot go as far in taxing personal income as the federal government can, because people can move from one state to the other more easily than they move across countries. The internet is going to make it very difficult to collect taxes on services of all kinds. After all, you can complete these transactions in cyberspace, not on the ground. You can, computer companies now are getting their programming done in India. I doubt that anybody's paying any taxes on any of that. No. So that I think that the internet is going to be one of the major forces for reducing the role of government. The one thing that's missing, but that will soon be developed, is a reliable e-cash, a method whereby on the internet you can transfer funds from A to B without A knowing B or B knowing A. The way in which I can take a $20 bill and hand it over to you, and there's no record of where it came from. And you may get that without knowing who I am. That kind of thing will develop on the internet, and that will make it even easier for people to use the internet. Of course, it has its negative side. It means that the gangsters, the people who are engaged in illegal transactions will also have an easier way to carry on their business. But I think that the tendency to make it harder to collect taxes will be a very important positive effect.
What shall we do with Michael Saylor? What shall we do with Michael Saylor? What shall we do with Michael Saylor? Early in the bull run. See, his money is a melting ice cube. See, his money is a melting ice cube. See, his money is a melting ice cube. Early in the bull run. Take all his treasury and buy some Bitcoin. Take all his treasury and buy some Bitcoin. Take all his treasury and buy some Bitcoin. Early in the bull run. Away goes up the number, away goes up the number, away goes up the number when he buys the corn. Have a conversation with Robert Breedlove. Have a conversation with Robert Breedlove. Have a conversation with Robert Breedlove. Early in the bull run. Drop his knowledge on all the podcasts. Drop his knowledge on all the podcasts. Drop his knowledge on all the podcasts. Early in the bull run. See the power of cyber hornets. See the power of cyber hornets. See the power of cyber hornets. Early in the bull run. Away goes up the number, away goes up the number, away goes up the number when he buys the corn. Put him on the telly and watch him pump it. Put him on the telly and watch him pump it. Put him on the telly and watch him pump it. Early in the bull run. Get him on Twitter to Orange Pill Elon. Get him on Twitter to Orange Pill Elon. Get him on Twitter to Orange Pill Elon. Early in the bull run. Away goes up the number. Away goes up the number. Away goes up the number when he buys the corn. Give him all your models and he'll destroy them. Give him all your models and he'll destroy them. Give him all your models and he'll destroy them. Have fun staying poor. Buy up all his bonds and attack the dollar. Buy up all his bonds and attack the dollar. Buy up all his bonds and attack the dollar. Early in the bull run. Away goes up the number. Away goes up the number. Away goes up the number when he buys the corn. And by the way, it'll go up forever, Laura. It'll go up forever, Laura. It'll go up forever, Laura, when you buy the corn. Saith the Giga Chad.
Life's like
selling for 10K. We've been here before, and if you would only let it climb, we'd be fine. I like you more when you pump, when you drive the prices up. But then, as soon as I open my long, you become somebody else. Big market sells, I'm watching my stops, the price just drops. I thought you were cool, you looked like a bull to me. Tell me why'd you have to go and make me get liquidated? I see the way you're dumping bags on everyone else you manipulated. The price like this, it will pump and then dump. The trend breaks and you take what I bet and you turn it into insurance fund. I hope that Arthur had a nice vacation. Oh, oh, oh. Chill out, what you selling for? 10K, we've been here before. And if you could only let it run, but you become somebody else. Big market sells, I'm watching my stops, the price just drops. I thought you were cool, you looked like a bull to me. To me, why'd you have to go and make me get liquidated? I see the way you're dumping bags on everyone else you manipulated. The price like this, it will pump and then dump. The trend breaks and you take what I bet and you turn it into insurance fund. I hope that Arthur had a nice vacation. Oh, oh, oh.
Hey, hey, hey. Do it!
Since the song was a hit, here's the rap. Stacking sats, gotta stack your sats. Rap the best, is only 1.2 invest. Blow your check, never blow your stack. Stack up, man, stack up. Stack up, man, stack up. Stacking sats, you gotta stack your sats. Blow your check, never blow your stack. 2 cups, toast up with the gang. From food stamps to a whole nother domain. I'm out the bottom, live it how you see. Ain't compromising $500,000 BTC. Buy McMansion and the Lambo too. That ain't worth it, dog. You know what to do. Stack more sats, big dip. You can barely move. Man, I'm used to this. Hold on tight is true. Buy the dip, Stacey Herbert, Max Kaiser. There's 2 legends that help me stay inspired. Weak hands, that's a liability. You sold the corn, you dissed me to infinity. Stacking sats, you gotta stack your sats. Stacking sats, you gotta stack your sats. Rap the best, there's only 1.2 invest. Blow your check, but never blow your stack. Stack up, man, fucking stack up. Stack up, man, stack up. Stacking sats, you gotta stack your sats. Blow your check, but never blow your stack. All you noobs, you buy anything. When Bitcoin flies, make you go insane. All you shit coins, rest in peace. My BTC in self-custody. To go get these, you'd have to go extreme. Parliament, that's where laws get passed. But my Bitcoin is still something out they grasp. Regulation? Tell me what that means. You finna let these bankers scam you out your dreams? Inner vision, I'll never trust the FUD. You worked hard for this, now go and be a stud. Ain't no way, ain't no fucking way. Bitcoiners called to play, we didn't come to play. Bankrupt the banks and join the HODL gang. All coin gang is a gang, but...
Today we're going to talk about fractional reserve banking.
Ooh, I love fractions.
Not this kind. Fractional reserve banking means banks only keep a fraction of their deposits as reserves and lend out the rest. This creates more money in circulation than there would be otherwise.
Can you give me an example where, say, you're the bank and I'm, well, me, and I deposit, say, $100?
All right then. Let's say as a bank I take that $100 and keep a fraction reserve, perhaps 10% or $10.
So I give you my $100 and you only keep 10?
Correct. Then I lend out the remaining $90 to Jerome, who goes and buys something from Janet, who then takes those $90 and deposits them into her bank.
Oh, don't tell me Janet's bank only keeps a fraction in reserve too.
Prepare to be disappointed. Janet's bank keeps $0 in reserves, lends out the entire $90, and this cycle goes on and on forever, compounding the creation of money out of thin air.
Zero? But that's ludicrous. How is a bank that's supposed to hold money only required to hold 0%?
Because in 2020, the United States Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, set the reserve requirement at 0%.
So they take my money and lend practically all of it out?
No need to be angry. They pay you 0.01% interest that you are also taxed on.
But that's not even enough to cover my overdraft fees. This is so
Fucked indeed. And that's where Bitcoin comes in.
How does Bitcoin help with this?
With Bitcoin, as long as it's not on an exchange and is in your self-custody, your money is actually yours. It's like gold in a vault, except digital and actually easy to transact with, or cash under your mattress, except it's scarce and the government can't just decide to print more.
You know, I just wish I would have understood all of this sooner, because I was listening to this Jim Cramer figure, and I don't understand how one person can be so wrong all the time!
It's almost as if the talking heads are mere pawns put forward by the regime to lull you into a false sense of security while the world around you burns.
I'm sorry, I just don't have it in me to talk about climate change today. But hang on. If the banks don't have our money, what happens if all of us decide to withdraw our money at the same time?
Bank runs, coming next episode.
We, those of us in this ecosystem, this industry, have created essentially a new financial foundation for the whole world. This is a huge responsibility. And the entire purpose of this financial foundation is that all of humanity can use an open, immutable financial layer. We are separating money from politics. We are separating money from the state. And in the same way that the church was separated from the state, and everyone now hails that as one of the greatest things that humanity ever did, we now too, it comes to us to do the same for money. Money is as or more important to people than religion is. We interact with it every day in all sorts